Evening and welcome to the City of Hayward Planning Commission meeting for September 25th, 2025. We are holding a hybrid meeting with some participants in the council chambers and others who have joined virtually via Zoom. This meeting is being webcast on Comcast TV Channel 15 and live streamed on the city's YouTube channel and on the city website. This meeting is called to order at 7:04 p.m. Please rise, and Commissioner Hammond, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. I'm now going to turn it over to Planning Manager Lachirko for an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to welcome one of our newest planning commissioners who this is his first meeting. Commissioner Yargov joins us, and he's serving an unfilled remainder of a term that was vacated when our previous commissioner had decided to resign. So I would like to welcome our newest commissioner, and I don't know if you have any words that you would like to say.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks everybody for coming out. I'm really excited to work with you all here. On the Planning Commission, I've been watching meetings for a little while, so it's fun to be on the other side of the dais, and I'm really excited for the work we're going to do here. My background's in affordable housing, so I'm excited to bring that perspective to the group, and just nerd out about planning up here and do some great things. And I just want to thank the many city staff that have helped me with the onboarding. Planning Manager Lachirko, thank you so much. And then to the City Clerk's Office, the Planning Division, IT, and the Attorney's Office. Really appreciate all the help. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner Yargov. And now, Ms. Allen, could you please call roll?
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Hardy. Commissioner Goodbody?
Present.
Commissioner Hammond?
Here.
Commissioner Lowe?
Here.
Commissioner Myers?
Present.
Commissioner Stevens?
Present.
Commissioner Yargov?
Here.
Chair Hardy.
Present. We will now open public comments on non-agenda items. The public comment section provides an opportunity to address the Planning Commission on items not listed on the agenda. The Commission welcomes comments and requests that speakers present their remarks in a respectful manner within established time limits and focused on issues which directly affect the city or are within the jurisdiction of the city. As the Commission is prohibited by state law from discussing items not listed on the agenda, your item will be taken into consideration and may be referred to staff for further action. Speakers shall not use threatening, profane, or abusive language which disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of a commission meeting. The city is committed to maintaining a workplace free of unlawful harassment and is mindful that city staff regularly attend commission meetings. Discriminatory statements or conduct that is hostile, intimidating, oppressive, or abusive are per se disruptive to a meeting and will not be tolerated. Ms. Allen, do we have any public comments at this time in person or on Zoom?
We have one online, Teresa Rezantes.
Great.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I live in Woodland Estates, and I had viewed and spoken at last night's city council meeting, and I went to Bunko last night, which is held in Woodland Estates on a monthly basis, about the need to encourage patronage of businesses on B Street. And in fact, one of the players at Bunko, her husband owns the record store on B Street. So anyway, with the discussion ensuing, the women were mostly concerned about the smelliness of B Street, the homeless people on B Street that sometimes feel threatening, and Kathleen Hudson brought up cannabis dispensary. So I just wanted to relay that to the Planning Commission, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now close public comments and move on to our action items. So the commission will permit comment as each item is called for public hearing. Please submit a speaker card if you haven't already to the secretary if you wish to speak on a public hearing item. Our first public hearing is for item PH 25042, a proposal to operate a commercial cannabis retail dispensary in a vacant tenant space in a shopping center at 21463 Foothill Boulevard in the General Commercial Zoning District, requiring approval of a conditional use permit and a finding that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to Section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines. Esther Lopez and Engelbert Sarkis, Green Enterprises Incorporated, doing business as Finos Hayward, applicant operator, Foothill Grove LLC, property owner. For this item, the Planning Commission may make a recommendation to the City Council. Does staff have a presentation for this item?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve Kowalski, I'm the Senior Planner with the Planning Division.
Excuse me.
And I will be keeping...
Hold on one second.
Oh, sorry about
Commissioner Hammond, if you wanted to.
I'll need to recuse myself from this agenda item.
Just wanted to make sure that the clerk heard that Commissioner Hayman recused himself. Okay, great, thank you. I'll be keeping this presentation relatively short because I presume the commission is going to have lots of questions that it would like to ask of staff and the applicants. This is an application for a conditional use permit to allow a new retail dispensary to sell cannabis and cannabis-based products in a commercial space formerly occupied by a Walgreens drugstore in a shopping center located at the corner of Foothill Boulevard and Grove Way. In autumn 2017, after the state legalized cannabis consumption, the City Council of the City of Hayward adopted an ordinance regulating commercial cannabis businesses and allowing them in certain zoning districts throughout the city, subject to compliance with state regulations and a long set of rigorous operational standards designed to prevent them from having adverse impacts on the public health and welfare. In mid-2018, the first wave of applications for new cannabis businesses came in, and one of tonight's applicants, Ms. Esther Lopez, was approved by the City Council to be issued one of 3 permits to operate a retail dispensary in the city. The other 2 permittees were the operators of Cookies, which has been open for several years now at the corner of B and Main Street, and the operators of Jiva Life, which is planned for the corner of Foothill Boulevard and C Street, and which is still in the process of obtaining all the necessary permits to open for business. As required by the city's new cannabis ordinance at the time, Ms. Lopez subsequently obtained approval of a conditional use permit in early 2020 to open a dispensary to be called Auntie Honey's at 1147 B Street, just across Foothill Boulevard. For various reasons, Ms. Lopez ultimately decided not to proceed with the plans to open the dispensary at 1147 B Street, and instead teamed up with experienced dispensary operator Bert Sarkis and chose a new location that would afford the business greater visibility and accessibility along one of the city's major commercial corridors. Ms. Lopez and Mr. Sarkis eventually submitted an application for a new conditional use permit to operate at the subject location on Foothill Boulevard back in April of this year. Okay, this is an aerial photo of the subject property on the left of this slide. The site The total site is about 1 1/3 acres and contains a nearly 22,000 square foot commercial building with 4 tenant spaces and 61 parking spaces, including 15 spaces on an adjacent lot located on Locust Street that is under the same ownership as the shopping center. The dispensary would occupy a nearly 15,000 square foot space in the shopping center formerly occupied by the Walgreens drugstore. Vehicular access to the property is provided via two-way driveways along both Foothill Boulevard and Grove Way, as well as an exit-only driveway onto Locust Street. The site is zoned general commercial and designated commercial high-density residential in the general plan. Retail dispensaries are permitted in the general commercial zone, subject to approval of a conditional use permit. The dispensary would be open daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and would offer cannabis and cannabis-based products for recreational and medicinal use for purchase by adults having valid government-issued IDs. Customers attempting to purchase products for recreational use must be 21 years of age or older in accordance with state law, while customers purchasing products for medicinal use must be at least 18 years of age and have a valid prescription from a medical doctor. The dispensary would be staffed by a minimum of 3 employees per shift. In addition, 2 professionally licensed security guards would be on the premises during all business hours. The dispensary would not offer delivery services either by staff in-house or through a third-party vendor, and no on-site consumption would be permitted, either in the establishment or on the property. One of the 2 security guards would be responsible for monitoring the exterior of the premises to ensure that customers do not loiter on the site, consume any purchased products in public, or otherwise conduct any illegal activity associated with the dispensary's operations. Staff reviewed the proposal for conformance to the city's general plan and for compliance with the applicable zoning standards for a new commercial cannabis dispensary, and determined that it does comply with the standards of the zoning code and is consistent with a number of goals and policies in the land use, economic development, and community safety elements of the general plan. I list 4 of those policies here, but I won't read them verbatim. If the Planning Commission agrees with the recommendation in the staff report provided tonight and supports the project, then we recommend it forward the request for the conditional use permit to the City Council with a recommendation for approval based on the findings in Attachment 2 and subject to the conditions in Attachment 3. If the Commission does not wish to support the application, then it can forward the matter to the Council with a recommendation for denial and advise staff tonight on how it would like us to draft the recommended findings for denial instead. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Senior Planner Kowalski. So at this time, we'll open the floor for commissioner questions. So do we have any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lowe.
Thank you. Can you go over the safety plan a little bit for us?
Microphone's not on. Was there anything specific that you wanted me to touch upon? Yeah.
Excuse me. Commissioner Lowe, could you turn on your microphone? Thank you.
Are there any other security plans or security
There's going to
measures
be,
other than just the security guards?
there are surveillance cameras. There's already been several surveillance cameras installed around the perimeter of the shopping center. There will be surveillance cameras inside the space. The security guards will be armed as well in case, hopefully they don't need to resort to any sort of armed force, but they will have arms. And is there anything that you wanted to add, Gabby?
Hi, Detective Gabrielle Wright from the Hayward Police Department. I don't have their exact security plan in front of me, but that is something that the police department has reviewed, and it has met our standards.
And I wanted to know, are the security measures that have to be in place for cannabis clubs the same as that for tobacco shops and liquor stores?
The security requirements for cannabis dispensaries, specifically for retail, are different from liquor stores and tobacco.
Can you elaborate?
So with the cannabis dispensary, we do require for this conditional use permit to have security guards. For general alcohol establishments, we don't always require security guards. That would depend on what kind of alcohol establishment it is. So for example, if we're gonna have a nightclub, then we may require that there is security to ensure that IDs are being checked, certain safety measures, that people are not, there's no overconsumption. With tobacco, we haven't had to review that.
So a nightclub, you would have them check the IDs, or do they have to check IDs before they enter any particular type of liquor store or a tobacco shop?
No, because sometimes with certain tobacco and alcohol stores, it's not just alcohol that's being sold there. So what we have seen with tobacco shops and liquor stores is that there may be candy, drinks, items that can be consumed by people under the age of 21. With a cannabis retail dispensary, the legal age is 21, so before anyone can enter, they have to have their ID checked and scanned, or if they are under the age of 21 and over the age of 18, they have to provide their medical cannabis card.
And so the other question I had, I'm not sure if this might have already been answered, but I want to make sure I get it right. When you said, or I believe Mr. Kowalski said that there are 2 security guards required, are they trained in any particular way? Because I'm wondering, when you say they're armed, is there any particular certification that they have to undergo?
So they would have to be certified, and I believe that's by the state. I believe it's the BSIS. So they would have to have a specific guard card to operate as a security guard, and if they opt to be armed, there's a certain qualifications for that as well. So most likely this will be contracted out through a security company, so they will have their standards and trainings, but there's also the state training that they have to go through.
If I can also elaborate, so unlike tobacco and alcohol establishments, when we updated and we adopted our commercial cannabis regulations, which is a highly regulated land use, even locally and by the state, we did add provisions in our zoning ordinance that basically mandates, as part of their conditional use permit, to submit a security plan. As part of the security plan, it needs to detail very specific security cameras, where the security cameras, the IP video cameras, would be installed and maintained. They also need to be accessible by the HPD, so our police department can tune in at any time to be able to have access to that. They're also required to have an alarm system that is professionally monitored throughout for all the premises. They are required to secure and store their waste to make sure that there's no byproduct that ends up getting accessible to others. They need to make sure that if they are participating in transportation, that obviously that they implement procedures that would require safe and secure transportation. The state does very similar sort of protocols for businesses that are wanting to operate delivery, but from my understanding, this particular applicant is not proposing to do that. They are subject to background checks. They are also subject to regular inspections. And as part of what Gabby had mentioned, unlike other land uses, Cannabis is one of the very few land uses that we mandate per the ordinance to have a security guard to maintain operations and maintain public safety. So those are in there in addition to some of the other provisions that go over and above. Like, for example, there are requirements for odor control, which we obviously would not have with an alcohol or a smoke shop or something like that. So there's other components with cannabis that we did adopt when we updated our ordinance in 2020 that would more heavily strengthen kind of the security protocols. And I would just say if there ends up being significant calls for service as part of our commercial cannabis license permit that the city council has issued, the council has the authority to withdraw or deny a permit if there are community nuisance or community violations as such. So.
And just for clarification, they have to renew that every year, is that correct?
Correct. And so every year, the applicant will be required to resubmit. They will also be subject to inspection by Hayward Police Department, as well as our code enforcement team, by fire department, to go out there and make sure that everything is in fact in order and that they are in compliance with their conditions of approval. And so we do those annual inspections, which again is a little bit different from some of the other land uses where we don't have that check and balance control.
Thank you. And then lastly, can anyone speak to whether or not the current, I forgot the name of the cookies, whether or not the current dispensary that we have in town creates more or less or the same amount of call-outs from the Hayward Police Department?
So what specific question did you have in regards to cookies?
I was trying to figure out, are you generally called there more often than you are downtown liquor stores or vape shops, tobacco shops, that sort of thing, or bars, or are there no real stats about those things?
From a preliminary pool of what we did, it doesn't appear that they're contributing to more calls for service. When we looked at the calls for service, because a lot of times with officers, sometimes they'll put out a location just because it's a known building. And it didn't seem that there were a lot of calls that were actually being generated specifically from cookies. So they have not generated a lot of calls for service or anything that surmounts where we believe it's a problem, because if we felt that that was a problem, then we would go through the process as Jeremy has said.
Thank you for answering all of my questions, and thank you, Mr. Kowalski, for your presentation.
Commissioner Stevens?
Thank you. And I just had a follow-up to that one last question that Commissioner Lowe mentioned. I did see the response to the questions that was issued this afternoon related to incident rates. And I see that at Main and B Street, at the Cookies establishment, it appears that there was 38 calls for service at that location. It may not be Cookies, but it may be the surrounding downtown area. Is that an accurate statement?
So there were approximately 38 calls for service in the past 2 years that had an address for the Cookies location. However, when you start looking, when you try to go into more detail of what were those specific calls for service, it did not appear that there was a relation to the Cookies business itself, but rather it could have just been people in the area. So they may not have been associated with Cookies and just that location just happened to be tagged for that call for service.
So when we do the comparison to the old Walgreens site that had 114 calls for service?
So looking at a lot of those calls, those were a lot of thefts and a lot of burglaries that were associated with Walgreens.
So when I'm walking down B Street and Main Street, I often smell marijuana smoke on the street. I suspect if I notified the police that would not be a call for service, would it not?
If you called in, that would come up as a call for service, and you would provide your location. So if you provided a location, of cookies, or if you believe that that smell was coming from cookies, then that would be generated for that location.
So I guess I still don't understand like how the enforcement occurs. If I go out and I see folks partaking in marijuana out on the street, which is not consistent with, I believe, the municipal code or the state law, is that true?
Correct.
And we wouldn't know where that came from. Because there'd be no way of determining where that came from, correct?
I guess it would depend if you are visually seeing someone do it, which is, we've gotten those calls before that maybe a subject is inside a vehicle, possibly smoking marijuana, that then we'll know where it's coming from. But if you're just smelling it and you don't see anybody, then we don't know where it's coming from.
Is the point of the video surveillance at these locations partially to ensure that patrons are not purchasing product and then using the product on the street out in front? Is that a reason why they do that too?
I mean, that's definitely a way that they can monitor their premise to ensure that nobody's loitering, that nobody is going outside and doing that. If the police department, if we got that complaint that nearby businesses were seeing that people were purchasing product and going right outside and smoking it, then that's something where the police department, we could look at that video and then we could see if that activity is occurring.
And just so I understand this, if I'm a concerned citizen and I stand out in front of an establishment and I watch and I report, do I report to code enforcement or do I report to the police when I notice illicit activities occurring?
If you observe a crime, you can definitely report it to the police department. If you don't feel like it's an urgent crime, I believe code enforcement and the police department both can do an inspection on the premise.
And that would trigger the CUP process, CUP review process, correct?
No, that doesn't. That in and of itself does not do that. So people can purchase cannabis products at a dispensary. They can also have the cannabis products delivered. And so there are people that freely will walk around even in front of City Hall and they'll light up and you smell cannabis. But it doesn't necessarily mean that cookies is the culprit because cannabis is so readily accessible and available, and it's very easy to obtain that, especially if you have for recreational purposes. The violation that we have in our Muni Code specific to cannabis operations is for on-site consumption. Some cities have what they call a consumption lounge, and they will allow people to consume cannabis, whether it's smoking or they're consuming through coffee, and there's other beverages that oftentimes, and so a lot of cities have approved and have authorized that. When we developed our cannabis regulations, that was a little bit too much of a slippery slope, and so we put the no consumption. But I would also say that's also the case for, aside from just smoking, that's also the case with edibles. Edibles, it all looks like candy. And so the state has some pretty rigorous protocols over the branding of that material, and they actually, that regulation actually comes from the state, not from the city. And so the state regulates the branding and the packaging to ensure that it is safe and not overly easily accessible by children and by minors.
Thank you for that. I guess the only thing I just need a little help understanding is I see that there's a lot of rules and laws and policies that an organization that's going to sell marijuana has to follow. But I don't understand how the city in practice, if somebody is not performing consistent with their obligations, how does the city actually take action?
If we have specific, as Gabby had pointed out, if we have calls for service that are specific, so for example, if Cookies was constantly getting broken into or they were getting robbed, and there were several incidents that would cause a disproportionate amount of police services going out to that site, that could be upon their annual renewal. And we say annual renewal, but the reality of it is if there's excessive calls for service at any point during that year, we could initiate revocation proceedings. And again, that recommendation, we really lean heavily on HPD and their vice team, which is why Gabby is here to be able to kind of demonstrate. She is kind of our go-to person when we developed our ordinance. She's the one, and her team is responsible for reviewing the safety and security plans. I would say they have a pretty lean group of vice agents right now, and so we definitely want to make sure that whatever businesses, whether it's cannabis or alcohol or tobacco, is not having an excessive call for service, because that could be, again, an opportunity to revoke those licenses. In an ideal world, we would like to hope for willful compliance, but as we know, that's not always the case. And sometimes the city has to take more proactive measures to remedy the situation.
Thank you for that very clear description. I appreciate it both.
Any other commissioner questions? Sorry. Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Planner Kowalski. And thank you to everybody that showed up. I strongly feel that we are only stronger with the community engagement, so I think it's great that you're all here. I have a few questions, not as many as normal, just a few. The camera system, from what I understand, will run 24 hours. Do we know if it is battery backup? Because a security camera system is only as strong as the flip of a breaker.
Tough question. I don't know off the top of my head. We have the security contractor in the audience tonight, so they can speak to that. Do you want them to come up now, or do you want to save that question till we?
Yeah, if we could get an answer to that, that would be kind of neat. Or if we could just assure that we will have battery backup, it seems like a simple fix.
Could you push the button there?
Sorry.
There you go. Just push it one more time. Great.
Is that it? Okay. So yes, sir, the state requires a battery backup system. With this business, they take it a step further. The actual surveillance that exists there is also monitored by a third-party security company. So there's eyes on security from a separate company that's also watching the establishment. I will also point out that the state only requires one security guard. This business has offered 2 security guards.
Okay, and thank you for that
Sure.
excellent answer. But while you're up there, I do have one other question.
Sure.
I read that there's 2 security guards that will be on the premise at all times, and then I read that there's also 24-hour security. So would that be a third person, or will that just, one of the 2 slots will then fill the end, the remaining hours?
So as I understand it, in most jurisdictions during operational hours, there'll be 2 manned security guards, right? Which is really, in my opinion, overkill, because we've never had an issue as an organization. Most of the time, the security guards are really helping clean up the parking lots and just being friendly to people. But this is a 15,000 square foot building, and we want to put a great foot forward and kind of put at ease the surrounding neighbors and the businesses. After hours, there's a third-party security company with eyes on the facility that can talk through the system, right? So if they push a button, they can set off the alarm, or if they push a button, they can actually communicate with, let's say, I show up at the building after hours wearing a baseball cap and they don't know it's me. They can actually communicate with me through the video surveillance system. The system actually is also required to maintain at least 90 days worth of footage by the state. In case there was a complaint, the state or the city can require that footage, and it also works with the barcodes on each product. So for example, if a minor was to get a hold of a product, right, you could run it through the metric system that the state has. You'd be able to backtrack it to the date and time it was sold at the register, who sold it, and actually who bought it and who checked in that day. So you'd be able to go back and say, okay, this person's parent actually bought it at 5:45 p.m. at station number 12. Here's the video footage, and then we can have that conversation.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see in the business plan that they're expecting 500 to 700 patrons a day, and at some point up to 900. What is going to happen in the business plan? Do they expect to make that big jump from 5 to 900?
Sorry to sound like a broken record, but that's another question, not for staff, but for the applicants. That we had no say in the generation of those numbers, and that's not our area of expertise.
Okay, if anybody has that answer, that'll be great.
Sure, and I appreciate these questions. So this is a new business in a new territory, right? And I kind
I'm
of
sorry, would you mind stating your name?
I'm sorry. It's Ron Roberts. I've worked with the company for 8 years. I've been in new store development and worked with 14 different city jurisdictions opening up these stores. The jump in going from 500 to 900 is more of a gradual thing. When these businesses open up, they're usually signing up 30 new customers a day. I will say in Hayward, there's a significant size population in the city of Hayward. There is only one legal cannabis dispensary today. I Google searched smoke shops last night and visited about half of them. There's 15 that came up on Google. Out of the 7 that I visited, 5 of them had cannabis on display. So when there isn't, a sufficient, competitor in the environment providing different access to consumer goods, we've witnessed in some of these jurisdictions that these smoke shops kind of fill in that void.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Roberts, which company are you with?
Finos of Hayward.
Okay, thank you.
Do I shut this off?
And then I do have one more question. I don't know who would answer it. It's maybe another store question. But I've seen other retail sites for cannabis, such as this, in many other cities. And I would say 99 out of 100 times I've seen a line out the front. I'm just curious what provisions we have set up for the expected line. And I know it's a big space on the inside, but it seems like the bogged down system is doing IDs and allowing people in. So I'm just wondering what we have provision-wise for this expected line.
So that's another great question. We experienced some of those issues in 2017. What we witnessed is most of those issues, they came with infrastructures that were much smaller, let's say 1,500 to 2,500 square feet with smaller parking lots. This building is 15,000 square feet, and I'm sure Walgreens was seeing far more than 900 people a day. Some of the provisions that we've adopted is obviously some logistics that provides access and better flow. In addition to that, the industry as a whole has gotten better because their products are more packaged, and consumers today kind of know what they want. The industry's been around for 8 years. So kind of like the craft beer industry, they may, go in there and try something new, but 9 times out of 10, they're walking in to get the 2 or 3 items that they want. We've also addressed this with labor. I mean, and you're all welcome to visit Finos in Modesto. It's a 23,000 square foot building. You're going to notice a lot more registers, a lot more labor. We like to hire from the city that we operate in for logistic purposes. 80% of our employees are always from that city that we're operating in. But yeah, most of it is labor, logistics, more registers. The capacity helps and the parking helps as well.
Excuse me. Do we have an expectation on the average patron when they, let's say they park and they get in the queue to be ID verified, then they go in, and then I believe there's only 2 or 3 workers usually. So as many cashiers as there may be, I would expect, they still might have to queue to be checked out. Do we have an expected time that each person would be on premises?
So, Mr. Myers, you're correct that the average dispensary carries about 2 to 3 employees. These locations, this business model is closer to 15 to 20 employees at all times. It's more of a Costco-based model, right? In 2017, the average transaction time was about 22 minutes. This group, with some software, some logistics, and additional labor, has cut that down from 22 minutes to 7 to 9 minutes.
That's substantial. Okay, then that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Goodbody.
Thank you, Chair. This question is for Steve. Can you expand upon the reason why the applicant decided not to open the dispensary in 2020, between 2020 and 2025 when they were granted the CUP? The staff report was very general. Were there any other locations in the city that they tried to open in locations?
You'd probably have the applicant address that one. She probably has some background information, which would be important for the commission to kind of understand. I will just say that when Esther originally got approval for the cannabis license in 2017 or 2018, we had a very limited area geographically where the council and the city wanted dispensaries to be located. In fact, the only area that they wanted dispensaries to be located was downtown. And that obviously, and when you start to overlay different state mandated buffers, then you start to really narrow down the availability of the spaces that were available. When we did our update in 2020, that was one of the questions that we brought to the community and to council is, do you want to still maintain the same geographical areas, or would the council be willing to expand other zoning districts to allow for dispensaries? And they did take action to expand that to provide opportunities for some of the retailers that were originally approved licenses in 2018 but haven't opened. As Steve had pointed out, we had 3 permits that were issued, and in 2018, and 7 years later, we only have 1 dispensary that's open. I'll defer to Esther in terms of what information she would like to share, if that's okay, but I think she can probably answer your question.
I need to bring this way down. Good evening, Commissioner, city staff. Thank you for having me this evening. It looks like there's some unfamiliar.
You may need to pull it up just a little bit.
Thank you. Is that better? Okay. It looks like there's a few unfamiliar faces this evening. So I congratulate you for stepping into this new role. To answer your question regarding the B Street location, I had many challenges. As Jeremy was mentioning, during that time, the locations were very limited. And when I ended up signing a lease with the business owner, the business owner ended up backing out of the deal. He ended up wanting 20% of the business, but he didn't invest any funds to the project. I had been paying him rent and also updating the facility. So then I just backed away, and we ended up going to arbitration. When we went to arbitration, I had to hire a retired judge. And so my attorney and I had to do a lot of arbitration and mediation. And when I went into the mediation, I'm sorry, I'm not a public speaker, so you have to bear with me, okay? And this is not my first time coming up and speaking, but I don't do very well in large groups like this in this setting, so just bear with me. I will get through it. So when we went to arbitration, I came with a file cabinet of documents. The owners came with 0 documents at all. Then they ended up reconvening that arbitration and mediation. After the second appearance with the retired judge, then they dismissed the case and I walked away. And at that time, I was continuously looking for other locations, other site locations to open up the business. And I was
here in Hayward? Or
yes, only in Hayward. So to give you a little bit of background of myself, I am a local resident of Hayward. Mm-hmm. I operate 2 businesses here in the city of Hayward. I do income taxes and real estate, and I do a lot of community engagement. And I do recognize many of your faces from being out in the community. So with that being said, I was it being in the real estate industry, I was reaching out to many of my colleagues to try to find these different site locations, and nothing was popping out. And every time I would reach out to Jeremy, I would say, "Hey, Jeremy, is this going to work for me?" And he would say, "Let me look into it." But nothing worked. And so I was losing my passion for opening up the business. And then I ended up meeting with Bert and the new team that I have here with me this evening. And it changed my whole dynamic of the business. And now we're here today to try to get this application just reapproved, because we have already been approved for the site location on B Street. And now we're just here today to get this reapproved so we can open up and bring some more revenue and bring more jobs to the community.
Thank you.
I can just add one other kind of just background history. When we legalized cannabis in the city of Hayward, one of the challenges that we knew at the time, because it was a budding industry in the state of California, is that a lot of the real estate holders, a lot of real estate holdings were national companies, and they did not want to allow for cannabis operations because it wasn't recognized federally, and there was a concern about liability. And so even though there may have been some vacant spaces that could be available, many of the landlords did not want to rent to a cannabis operator given those challenges. It was also a very it was a new industry, and there was a lot of unknowns. And so I think having had a couple of operations now open, and we're able to kind of monitor and understand the industry a little bit more, and the state has also changed their guidelines and their structure, which of course provides a little bit more predictability. It creates a different opportunity, I think, for a cannabis, although that doesn't take away the fact that a lot of, you probably have heard, a lot of the state is still dealing with some significant challenges dealing with the legal market versus the black market, which has been a continual challenge. But I thought it was important just to kind of point out that many of what we had heard from a lot of our, and it's not just the dispensaries, but a lot of our cannabis, even our cultivation and the distribution businesses that are in Hayward, they were experiencing also very significant challenges trying to get landlords that were not owned by national corporations to allow them to open.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My next question is either for Director Lokirko or Deputy City Attorney Vigilia. I understand that there's a discrepancy between the county's zoning regulations that require a minimum of 1,000 feet between dispensaries and the city of Hayward's minimum of 500 feet. And so I'm wondering if this is approved as drafted, are there any penalties or any other kind of legal actions or anything that either the city or the potential applicant would be facing?
No, the other location, Garden of Eden, I think that's what you're referring to, Commissioner, that is in the county, that is not in the city of Hayward. And so they bring all the business and the revenue to the county and all of the other challenges. And so that particular business would be responsible to abide by the county laws. They may have different buffers. The state, when they adopted these regulations in 2017, came up with recommended buffers, really intended to protect certain sensitive land uses and certain populations. The city also, at the time when we adopted our original ordinance, also adopted that 1,000-foot buffer. And then when we came back and we updated our ordinance in 2020, the council was okay with us reducing that down to 500 feet, given the challenges of finding an appropriate location. That is a recommendation by the state. It's not a mandate. And so there is no mandatory buffers that the state says that local jurisdictions have to provide. Many jurisdictions like San Francisco and even Emeryville have no buffers at all. And so there is no setback requirement for cannabis operations. So to answer your question, no, there would be no conflict for this particular operator at this location in proximity to the Garden of Eden.
Last question. And my last question was, were there any plans to address the ingress and egress along Foothill and Grove Way in anticipation of the increased traffic? I'm really concerned about an already congested thoroughfare, and I'm wondering if our traffic department's looked at that.
They haven't, to my knowledge, and I'll defer to Steve if there's been any, but this is just re-tenanting of a retail space. And in fact, when you look at the former Walgreens site, that generated a lot more traffic than what this is anticipated to do, and primarily because the majority of the floor area, I think, with this particular operation is not a full 15,000. We're talking about a much smaller footprint. Steve, I don't know if you've had any conversations with the transportation division.
No, that's correct, what Planning Director Lecurco said. The Walgreens generated significantly more trips because it served, obviously, a much broader population, customer base than a cannabis dispensary would. And then the Walgreens did have a larger retail floor area as well. A lot of the dispensary is going to be kind of cordoned off as storage space and a manager's office, whereas the Walgreens, as we all know, a Walgreens is almost like a mini supermarket. And this is going to be the retail floor area of the dispensary is only about 1,400 square feet. And the whole space is 14,000 square feet. So the Walgreens was significantly larger when it was in operation.
Thank you. Commissioner Yorgov.
Thanks, Chair Hardy. And thanks to the other commissioners as well. I think your questions and then the questions that were asked earlier have answered most of what I had, but I just wanted to ask for staff, I believe there are 53 conditions attached to the conditional use permit, so do I understand correctly that if any of those are found to be breached through inspection or otherwise, then the CUP would be revoked?
It's not that simple, but that would be grounds for revocation. I think if an operator didn't abide by a condition one time and they got caught and we told them, hey, shape up, and they shaped up, we wouldn't be revoking their use permit. If they ended up becoming a repeat offender, then that would be grounds for revocation.
Okay, great. And would that, if there was repeated behavior found, would that be a staff level process or would it be taken back to a commission?
No, it would come back to the commission and to council. So if there's violations of the CUP and there's significant violations, and I mean, obviously the opportunity would, as we do with most use permit violations, is we work with the applicant to try to remedy those potential violations and to make sure that they don't happen again. But we do, on occasion, have bad operators, and that would require more enforcement provisions. There is due process that the applicants have, and there would be a public hearing. And so in the event that it gets to the stage where a revocation of either the commercial cannabis permit or the conditional use permit is being proposed, the applicant, as well as members of the public, would be invited back to be able to communicate to the decision makers at that revocation hearing.
All right, thank you. Gabby, could you speak a little more to how the PD's experience with cookies has informed your approach to approving this particular security plan?
They have not been an issue. When there has been a calls for service, they've worked with us. So there's really not much. I'm not sure if there's a specific question that you want me to answer.
No, just generally, I know that the cookies was the first and I guess only dispensary in Hayward, so has dealing with that business, I guess, changed your perspective on approving this particular security plan, or did you approach it pretty much the same way as the first dispensary?
Pretty much the same way. We have the set standards. We're following our code. We're looking at state law. We're looking at what are some trends, but essentially, we had the same security standards for this premise as we did for cookies and for the other premise as well.
Okay, thank you. This is a question for the applicant, though I'm not sure if the landlord of the building is present, but is there anybody that can maybe speak to the experience of how the building was leased up? I know that this has been vacant for a little while, the building, and so was there an attempt to find another maybe commercial tenant before the dispensary, or yeah, not sure if that question's addressable today.
So, I also happen to be a landlord. I heard the first part of the question. I didn't hear the second part of the question.
Yeah, I guess quite a few folks in the community flagged that this was previously a Walgreens and provided a different service. And so I was just wondering if before the dispensary, approached the landlord, if the landlord had made an attempt to find other tenants. Do you
So
know?
I actually approached the landlord and his real estate brokerage team, which composes of 2 people. It had been vacant for a while, but Walgreens had still been paying for quite some time, and I'm sure you're aware that the CVS in downtown is also vacant. I'm a landlord as well. Across the country, Rite Aids, Walgreens, CVS's are kind of under pressure, right? We're seeing vacancies in the commercial space from California to Florida. I'm also a landlord of the industry. The 23,000 square foot facility that I mentioned earlier is a location that I own. The planning manager keenly spoke about nationally owned facilities. The other problem that lies within those facilities is there's usually loans and bank debts. And the problem with this industry is that not only is there state setbacks that limit the type of infrastructure and businesses that would work for this industry, when you compile the local setbacks in addition to that, and the necessary things to make the business actually work, you have a very limited scope of real estate that would work in the city of Hayward. I think we identified 5 properties, and then when we narrowed the setbacks down, it actually limited it to 2 or 3 because 60% of the properties had debt. And if they have debt, let's say they have a Bank of America loan on the infrastructure, that loan could be called by the bank at any given time if you have a cannabis a business in there. So you're really down to a couple properties in the city of Hayward that actually would work. That's probably why these 2 licenses have gone through so much difficulty. I mean, it's been years since they've been issued. In most jurisdictions, they've been issued with the intention to raise a tremendous amount of money for the city. Some of these licenses can produce up to $1 million per year for the city on top of the city sales tax. But those are the challenges. Real estate is very, very challenging. I will say that this applicant has actually stepped forward and kind of displayed his commitment to the city of Hayward by just not leasing a 2,000 square foot facility that would cost $4,000 or $5,000 a month. This is a $500,000 investment a year. Walgreens is far more expensive. I think that kind of answered your question.
Yeah. Thank you. And while you're up here, actually,
Sure.
A little more granular on the camera security system, but do you know, is it a traditional NVR system or is it cloud-based? I guess, is the footage stored on site or is it off-site?
I know it's definitely stored on site, but you're getting a little techie for me. I mean, I'd refer to CTO on that, and I can email that answer to you.
Sure.
I will state there's been a lot of talk about the power that the city has over the CUP. This is a business that's been operating since legalization of January 1st, 2017. We operate in 14 different cities. Not only has a license never been pulled, but we've never even received a warning. I mean, this is an organization that's invited to city functions. It's invited by the sheriff's department. In one of the cities, in the city of Riverbank, California, there was a Walgreens that was robbed. The sheriff's department actually used our camera footage because our camera footage, the tech behind it exceeded what was available at Wells Fargo. So we work with the sheriff's department, we work with the local police department, we're invited to a lot of city functions. Our goal is to raise the standard. And I think a good indicator of that is we're stepping forward and doing this in a Walgreens, not in a little shack, if you will.
Sure, thank you. And the reason I asked the question is, if you don't mind also relaying to the security company, would it be possible to do a more sophisticated search? Because oftentimes with a security system, when there's a particular incident, right, it requires a lot of trawling through hours of footage to find the particular issue. So would the camera system allow for PD or whoever to search for a particular incident more quickly, or is...
Yes, so when those situations have come up, I recall a situation while me and the business owner were in Fresno, the police department called and needed help on a situation. They had a time slot. We just called our CTO. Our CTO communicated directly with the police department and got them the information within 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So these cameras are labeled, they're identified. The state expects to be able, as I mentioned previously, if a product is found and there's a question, if the product wasn't sold at the right price, if taxes weren't collected, if there's suspicion of a promotion that doesn't fit with the state's guidelines, they can literally run the barcode and ask for what camera at what time. So it makes searching a lot easier.
Super helpful. Thank you so much. And yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Yorgov. So I have just a couple of questions, and the first is going to be either to Mr. Roberts or to Ms. Lopez. So it really is kind of what you were just speaking to about the location. So in the staff report, the location selection really talked more about its being on a thoroughfare. And so it was interesting to hear you just talking more about just the buildings. So if you could just speak a little bit more about why this particular location has been chosen, what made it attractive, what made it special. Is it really just about it being something that people are going to see as they're driving by? Excuse me, are you expecting that to attract more customers? What is it that really made you want to have it at that location?
Obviously, a business is there to produce a profit. So had there been a location that they could have leased for a fraction of the price that would have met all the needs, I'm sure they would have chosen that. Now, when I researched the city of Hayward, there was 2 locations that would work with the setbacks and actually work for the industry, right? After you get rid of the state requirements, the local jurisdiction requirements, the security and surveillance requirements, and then you've got the banking to deal with. In 2017, when this industry first started, there were cities that delegated this to kind of like the light industrial zone, right? They wanted to approve it, they wanted to see the revenue, but they didn't really want it in the public eye, right? That actually created a lot of problems. This is a retail business that sells a retail commodity that should be in a retail zoned area. That when you start talking about retail zoned areas, you've got the proper lighting, you've got the proper security, you've got the proper parking, and most importantly, it works better with the surrounding businesses. Where if you stick it with the light industrial area, what we've witnessed is those businesses don't want that traffic next to them. The buildings aren't built with the same security or infrastructure in mind. They're not really patrolled by the police department as often. They're not in the public eye, and that's probably why you don't see a Starbucks or a jewelry store in the light industrial area, right? It was a good thought. I was actually supportive of it in the beginning, but we quickly realized that these businesses work better within the community when they are retail zoned areas. In the city of Hayward, there was 2 properties that were available. One of the buildings is currently a tool store on Foothill Boulevard next to Casper's Hot Dog, but it didn't have the proper parking, right? And the other one was the Walgreens. Now, if the city wanted to expand its scope and change its ordinance, and the state wanted to expand its scope, I'm sure Jiva and Ms. Lopez would have been able to get to market a lot sooner, right? But if you notice the evolution, the cities that have gone through this and adopted it in 2017 are now revisiting the issue, kind of like San Jose, right? They initially wanted it in the light industrial area, kind of realized the unintended consequences, and now have opened it up and are pushing these businesses to the retail zoned areas.
Thank you. So just for total clarity, it really doesn't have as much to do with you feeling like it's going to attract customers. It's only for like all the reasons that you just stated.
Yeah, the customer is really driven online, right? Again, going back to my experiences and my history, in 2017, there was a very similar situation where the surrounding businesses were very similar, right? And there was a community that went out there and got 1,280 signatures and said it's too close to a karate school, and this is on a main thoroughfare. The same gal, I think her name was Annabelle Gammon, 4 months later appeared in front of City Council and said everything that we thought that was going to happen negative didn't happen. And the reason why I point that out is when you drive by that location today in the city of Riverbank, you wouldn't know it exists. So it's not so much the retail corridor that matters, it's the infrastructure, it's the parking, it's the logistics to be able to handle the traffic flow. Most of their customer base is driven by the gentleman's reputation and really an online service that has your menu on it, right? So people search the menu and then they know where to shop. Some people will choose to shop at Cookies, some people will choose to shop at Jiva, and some people will choose to shop at Fino's, depending on the products and the flavoring that exist and pricing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My next question is for staff. So just before the meeting, we were handed a couple of letters, and so I just wanted some clarity around what we received, and was this made available to the public, and when it was received by staff.
The applicant emailed those letters to staff late this afternoon. It was too late to get them copies to the commissioners. And the applicant's, Mr. Driven, he has not spoken yet, but he's here in the audience. He brought in copies, sufficient copies for one for each of the commissioners and for staff. There is a copy back on the table inside the entrance, but that's how that was handled. And those are 2 letters of support. One is from the landlord, the owner of the subject property, and the other is from what appears to be the owner of the martial arts studio next door to the proposed space.
So just for process, is this something that we can consider since it wasn't made available to the public before the meeting?
It's part of the public record, so it will be entered into the record, and so all of these materials will be available.
Okay, and I do just want to note that, and I would actually like the person who brought them to actually come and answer a question about this. Thank you. Because I am actually concerned that we just received this late this afternoon, because one letter is dated June 20th and the other is dated September 1st. So why weren't these submitted prior to this afternoon?
Sure, I can explain that. One note on the time. One of the first things we did when we were looking at this project and submitting our application was we went and talked to the MMA school. We shared the nature of our operations. We introduced our ownership. We wanted to make them comfortable with us coming in. We wanted to introduce them to the security infrastructure. It was at that time or shortly thereafter that we obtained the letter. One of our members that typically participates in these public hearings had the letter in her possession. She was not available tonight, and it simply did not make its way to staff. I wanted to make sure that it was part of the public record. They were obtained some time ago. We did speak to the landlord's representative as well as the landlord about a month ago. We did ask if they would be willing to provide a letter of support, which they were, and it simply didn't make it into the public record until tonight. So that's a straightforward answer for you.
Great, thank you.
No problem, thank you.
Great. Are there any other? Great, Commissioner Stevens.
Sir, the security,
Yes, sir.
I'm confused by something. So you just said, I think, I understood it, that cannabis facilities don't do well in light industrial or spaces outside of the core commercial region because the infrastructure is there not to support it. Was that what you had told us?
Yes, sir, that's been my experience.
Okay, so, but wouldn't it be the responsibility of the operator to build a facility to accommodate that need?
My experience has been in 2017 when it became legal and the state and the city set the setbacks. It kind of limited the scope of the infrastructure that was available. And most of these operators that are starting out aren't taking on a 2 or 3 year project to build something. They went out and leased a property in the light industrial area, and they just weren't set up for it. The parking isn't set up for it. At least the cities that I have, like Modesto, Ceres, Sacramento, those areas just weren't set up for it. As you've seen these cities kind of progress and revisit the situation, in almost all scenarios, they've kind of adopted more of the retail zoned properties. They've moved towards that direction. So like, for example, in San Jose, they issued a second license to all the stakeholders, and they opened up the parameters to where these licenses can actually go to retail zone properties. So most of these licenses are figuring out pathways to move their location to retail zoned areas in the city of San Jose.
But I guess just help me out understand this, because I don't feel comfortable with what I'm understanding. So
Okay.
I own a business, it's a successful business, and I have a parking problem. Isn't there an operational change, or isn't there an investment I can make to improve my operations on my site?
Sure. I mean, if you wanted to go out and buy a piece of dirt and go through the 2-year process to build a building with a parking lot, sure. I would still suggest that a retail zone business that's selling a commodity should be zoned or should occupy a retail zoned building, right? I mean, I can't think of too many examples where a commodity transaction exists in a light industrial area. That may exist in the city of Hayward, but in the jurisdictions that I have experience in, it's kind of limited. San Leandro is kind of designated towards the light industrial area, right? That's a city that would kind of go in the direction that you're mentioning. But most cities throughout the state, I mean, like currently I own a Bank of America building that has a cannabis dispensary in it. I own an In-Shape gym, or former In-Shape gym, that has a cannabis dispensary in it. Almost every location I have, with the exception of one, are all retail zoned. And even that one happens to be on the busiest traffic corner that has police presence, that has, camera surveillance, that has a massive parking lot. So it's a rare situation that you're going to come across a light industrial zone that would work for the state, the city, the operator, security, surveillance, and not annoy the surrounding businesses. What we've witnessed is there's some insecurity when you tell surrounding businesses that a cannabis operator's going to be in the building that's adjacent to yours. But, I mean, we have a stack of letters of recommendations now, today, from people that had these insecurities, spoke in front of city council, that now they're all supportive of. Because that security doesn't just benefit the store itself, it benefits the surrounding businesses. That commerce, that additional traffic, most of these businesses couldn't afford that traffic coming to buy donuts or to visit their dental shop or the additional consumers that will be signing up for the karate shop. I think once you experience this, it's just a safer environment because they all benefit off that commerce, that traffic, that security.
So the reason why this particular site works is it's set up as a retail establishment with parking, drive aisles. It was set up to actually have customers come.
Yes, sir.
And then so if I was to take the operation to the north, the cannabis operation to the north, it doesn't have parking, I believe. I believe it only has street parking. It will not operate as efficiently as this proposed operation will.
Without question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one follow-up question. I'm anxious to hear the audience's comments, so I'll be fairly brief. So I'm wondering maybe this is for Detective Gabby, what type of crimes are possible? I can use my imagination, but I'd like to hear what kind of crimes are even possible that would require, if maybe only one armed guard. I know that the donut shop to the north doesn't need an armed guard, and the jiu-jitsu unit, I wouldn't even try to rob that place. I love that store, and those kids are bad. So anyway, I'm just wondering what runs the spectrum of possible crimes that we could see there that would require this armed guard?
So part of having the security there is to also check IDs, so to ensure that everyone is over the age of 21, or like I said, 18 with the proper medical cannabis card. It is up to the discretion of the cannabis operator if they would like to have armed security. Sometimes that can serve as a deterrence for a possible robbery. Some of the crimes that we have seen, but it's not just for cannabis premises on its own, is burglaries, thefts. So having that security presence may help deter some of that.
Okay, and is it a large quantity of value that will be stored there that makes us a little more alarmed at the potential for robbery, such as, a bank has tons of money and stuff?
Yes, cannabis is a highly sought after product.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other commissioner questions? Not seeing any. Great, so with that, we are going to go ahead and open the public hearing and move to our public comments. So for the public comment section, we are going to set a timer for 3 minutes for each comment. And so as I call the public comments, please go ahead and approach the microphone. Our first comment is going to be Dr. Raina Petrov.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Dr. Raina Petrov, and I'm here as a concerned parent and community member. We belong to the Jiu-Jitsu Academy that would be directly impacted by this proposed dispensary. My kiddo is one of hundreds of children between the ages of 3 and 18 who would be affected by your decision. I want to start by telling you what this academy means to our community. This isn't just a business, it's a lifeline. This gym sponsors over 100 children, free of charge, who otherwise couldn't afford these programs. These kids, many from families facing economic challenges, come to this Jiu-Jitsu dojo to learn confidence, discipline, and self-defense. They find mentorship, structure, and a safe haven after school. This facility transforms lives. I invite you to come visit and see for yourselves. Now you're being asked to approve a marijuana dispensary in the same building. Think about what message that sends. Children like mine, who couldn't make it, so he's outside, walking past cannabis operations to reach the very programs designed to keep them on the right path. And these dispensaries absolutely target children in their marketing. We can look at the dispensary on B Street called Cookies as example. Just since this meeting, my kid has asked me for those cookies 20 times. We should be creating additional buffers around our facilities that serve at-risk youth, not placing drug businesses in the very same building. And as the business has said tonight, their goal is to recruit new customers because profit. Okay, here's. Let's talk about safety. Since the Garden of Eden expanded its operations in 2018, only 1 block away from this CUP request, this area of Foothill Boulevard has seen an 11.5% increase in violent crime. In 2023 alone, violent and gun crimes in this corridor increased 78% from the previous year. This neighborhood already ranks in the bottom half for safety in Hayward. Our police resources are stretched thin already here. Even with 2 security guards and cameras, a stray bullet will only take a millisecond, I'm gonna cry, to find its way into one of our children. 20 jobs isn't worth a child's life. And security footage is useless after the fact. And here's a compounding concern: clustering. The Garden of Eden dispensary operates just 1 block away. You're being asked to create a concentration of cannabis businesses in a small area serving vulnerable youth. Oakland dispensaries lost $5 million to organized crime, specifically because criminals target areas with multiple facilities. Why are we trying to create the same risk here? Commissioners, I'm not asking you to be anti-business. I'm asking you to be smart about placement. Hayward has many industrial zones that could easily accommodate dispensaries without impacting youth programs. Why force children to walk past cannabis operations to reach activities that build their character? There is a reason that we don't see dispensaries next to schools or baseball fields or soccer fields, and this is no different. As a doctor, I understand the importance of creating healthy environments for development. This Jiu-Jitsu Academy provides exactly that, teaching discipline, respect, and self-control for kids who need it most. Approving a dispensary next door undermines everything this program has worked to build. I urge you to vote no on this proposal. I know you care. Protect our children, protect this vital community resource. Please find a better location that doesn't compromise the safety and positive development of Hayward's youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Marcel James.
Good evening, Hayward. I am Marcella James. I'm here to speak on behalf of Esther Lopez and her venture. When she started this venture, she was asked by Hayward to jump through loops and hoops, and she did everything that you guys asked her to do. She is a business owner, as that has already been established. She runs a very tight ship. She, not only to provide the cannabis products for medicinal use, she also wants to educate people on the uses and benefits of it. And I'm gonna keep it short. Everything that she has done, again, has accommodated the city. It will bring in revenue. As the lady mentioned about the, the traffic and the kids and the academy that, for the martial arts, that business even submitted a letter in approval. And they will be direct neighbors of this club. So in regards to that, I guess, let's see. I didn't come prepared because I didn't even know she was going to be on the agenda tonight. I'm here for something else. But she, I don't know. Hayward, at the time when, if I recall correctly, they were trying to encourage female business owners to open up their dispensaries or, welcoming the female entrepreneur. And so far, it hasn't seemed too supportive for her. Hayward has, I see people do try to accommodate, but the landlords, again, trying to gouge her and take, getting the properties and all that is really discouraging. As she stated, she kind of gave up a bit. But seeing that she's partnered up with some pretty strong allies, I think that she will be successful. I think it will be a safe environment. It is up to us as parents to educate our children on, the pros and the cons of these things. Marijuana is not 100% bad. It's, to each their own. But it is up to us as parents to educate our children and to guide them in the right direction. We all know that when they hit a certain age, they're going to make decisions for themselves. Hopefully they will be productive ones. And I myself, I'm a cannabis connoisseur. I've been consuming for quite a while. I have no criminal record. I've held many careers that have extended long periods of time in the medical field. I was a registration clerk in the emergency room for 16 years, and my consumption never had a problem. I never had any problems. So again, I just encourage you guys, to give her a chance, and that's that.
Thank you. Up next is Ron Roberts.
I think Ron made his points to the commission this evening, and I'll go ahead and just speak on some of the things that some of you guys had concerns about. One of the things is the security plan. So since we've established this new site location, prior to even getting approved this evening, we installed cameras throughout the building. And since we installed all of those video cameras, the crime and the unhoused have dissipated from the building, and I believe that is one of the strong points where the MMA gym contacted us and said, hey, we appreciate your presence here today with just the security cameras. And so us going into the corridor and bringing more security is going to be a safe and inviting and welcoming location. That has always been my strong point here. Being a resident of Hayward, I know this area. I grew up in this area. My dentist is next door at Grove Hill Dental. My dentist retired and there is a new dentist there. And so I am a patron of that establishment there. And when I spoke with Bert about this location and they did their research, this was a great opportunity for us. We tried many areas, even in the light industry area and off of industrial. It was not a safe, welcoming environment. That was going to be a place where anything can happen because the presence of the police is not strong. Where we're located now, we have a strong presence of police. And in addition to the Hayward Police, I've also reached out to the Sheriff's Department. I have been working on this project for many years, and everybody seems to be in support of this project, and it is just a different site location. So I know that there is concern with parents and the MMA, and we will do our very best to establish the safety of our youth. Our youth is very important to me, very important. As you all know, I do backpack giveaways every year for many years. I contribute and adopt many children from First Pres to Glad Tidings I donate boxes. I work with the youth. I work with the youth so much, and I instill so many good traits in them. I teach them finances. I sit down, I hold workshops for them. And it is like Mrs. James came up and she said, it is up to the parents to steer their children in the right direction. And I have a son. And you know, my son got involved in marijuana at a time that I didn't want him to start smoking because I told my son, there is a time and a place for that. Now, he is established. He is a business owner. He is not here with me today because he moved to Hawaii and he opened up a business there. But he took my entrepreneurship and he placed it someplace else. We are rooted here in Hayward, but I am a Polynesian, and my dad and all my family live on the Big Island and in Waikiki. So I support youth, and I have reached out to many council members, and we work together. I support them. I do bike donations. I give gifts to La Familia, Glad Tidings every single year. And we do a lot. We do so much for the community. And if this was a problem with a child getting brought into this dispensary negatively, I will definitely put a stop to it very quickly.
Wrap it up. Thank you. Thank you. Next up is Lydia Holokola-Senko. Sorry, can you press the button there? The red light's on. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, council members and city staff and everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Lydia, and I stand here as a mother of a 5-year-old boy who spends nearly every day at his jiu-jitsu classes, just steps away from where this dispensary is being proposed. For us parents, these classes are more than sports. They are a safe haven, a place where our children are learning. As a previous mom said, Reina said, discipline, respect, and courage. They walk in small, innocent, and eager, and they leave each day standing a little taller, not just in strength, but in character. And I see this in my son, and he's only been in those classes for half a year so far. And I just enjoy seeing him growing this way. And this is the kind of foundation that shapes not only my son, but the whole community of kids that we have there. And I see how they are becoming more and more mature. As a parent, we build a community around these classes, moms and dads who encourage one another, who share rights, who cheer for each other's kids. We hold common values. We want our children to grow up strong, healthy, and free from harmful influences. That is why it pains us and me deeply to think of a cannabis dispensary being placed so close to this environment we worked so hard to protect. To us, this is not about business or convenience. It is about the everyday choices our children see, the message they observe, and the atmosphere we surround them with. And I just want to add my personal experience. My brother was lured into cannabis at the age of 13, and it ended up in addiction. I know this is not the path for everyone, but I just am here because of what my brother has struggled through his whole life because of his choices that were made by the influence of people that were around the school where I grew up. So I know the harmful things that could be made by this kind of influence around our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is, trying to say the name. The last name is Velasquez. First name is Celia. Apologies if I got your first name incorrect.
Is it on? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Isela Velasquez. I'm a junior at Mount Eden High School and the president of the Youth Advisory Council in Eden Youth, a council which focuses primarily on youth substance prevention within Hayward. As a lifelong Hayward student, I've seen firsthand how marijuana use can harm underage youth. And I've seen how people at school smoke cannabis in the bathrooms, in the hallways, and even in class. But not only is this an issue within my school, I have also noticed people who I'm very close with have become very reliant on this substance at such an early age as well. Adding another dispensary may increase access to underage people despite age restrictions and could essentially put everyone under the age of 18 at a higher risk for addiction, long-term harm, and future health problems. And by expanding dispensaries, that risk could potentially become higher over time. I strongly urge the Planning Commission to consider the possible issues that could come from adding another dispensary in Hayward, and I urge you to say no for the sake of all youth in Hayward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Carla Fernandez.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Carla. I've lived in this neighborhood for 22 years, right behind the property that was Walgreens. I come before you tonight to express my deep concern about the proposal opening this cannabis dispensary in this location. I strongly believe that this is not the appropriate site for this business. Over the years, I have witnessed significant changes in our neighborhood, an increase in homelessness, more individuals walking the streets at night with apparent mental health challenges, and a rise in vandalism, carjackings, and petty crime. This trend is deeply troubling, and I fear that placing the dispensary here would make things worse. Across the Bay Area, we've seen a disturbing pattern of cannabis dispensaries being repeatedly targeted by criminals. Just recently, on August 15th, 2 Oakland dispensaries, Okana and Steezy, were attacked by what Fox 2 KTVU described as ram-raiding thieves. Both businesses have been targeted in the past as well, so this is not one-off incident. It's a growing trend. Even more tragic was the loss of Officer Tuan Lee in December 2023, who was shot and killed while responding to the burglary call at a cannabis dispensary in Embarcadero. These incidents remind us that dispensaries don't just pose a risk at property. They pose a risk to human lives, including law enforcement and incident bystanders. Furthermore, with the expected size of this dispensary, I fear people will loiter outside, near in the parking lot or in the surrounding areas, leaving behind trash and creating a general sense of disorder. This is not just unsafe. The surrounding area is already under the strain. The intersection of Foothill and Groveway sees frequent accidents and heavy traffic. And let's not forget, this is a residential area, home to children, elderly residents, and other vulnerable individuals who serve to feel safe in this community. We already have a dispensary nearby at Foothill and Apple Boulevard. There's no demonstrated need for another one so close, especially one in such close proximities to homes, families, and where children, especially where the jiu-jitsu is at, constantly, since there is a jiu-jitsu in place. Some may argue that this dispensary would bring in revenue to the city, but I argue to consider at what cost. A business that increases the community's exposure to crime, littering, and traffic hazards is not one that serves the community. And if criminals are already breaking into grocery stores, jewelry shops, and dispensaries across the Bay Area, what would stop them from targeting this dispensary? The consequences will fall on the people who live there, the ones who have never asked for this and never voted for it. I respectfully argue you to reconsider your decision. Our community deserves businesses that contribute to our safety, not compromise it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Pat Doherty.
Good evening. My name is Pat Doherty. I've lived in Hayward for 49 years, and I've seen the growth of the city and the surrounding communities. And what I want to talk about here is traffic. When Garden of Eden opened up, I don't know if you guys were around then, but there was a huge traffic jam all the way backed up onto 580. It was unbearable. Everybody I knew said, "What's going on in Hayward?" I found out then that it wasn't Hayward. And by the way, just for the clarity, I've lived here forever, but I'm also one of the owners of Cookies Hayward too. So I can talk about that in a minute if you like. But as a resident, I'm more worried about the traffic. With a 14,000 square foot place, and they're only going to use 1,400 square feet of it, what's going to be for the rest of it? In Cookies Hayward, we have a 1,000 square foot sales floor, and the back is about 600, maybe 1,000 square feet. And we get 600, 700, 800 people a day. With that amount of space, they're going to have to make more money than we are to pay their note or their mortgage or whatever, however they're financing it. That's going to cause a huge traffic jam. If you want traffic backed all the way up, all the way down Grove, all the way to East 14th, all the way up Grove up to Castro Valley, all the way back to downtown, and all the way up on the freeway, bring it up. You can't bring thousands of cars in there. In addition to that, we all know the traffic is a mess in the city anyway. It's a mess in the whole Bay Area, probably everywhere. But the Foothill Freeway was going to alleviate that. We didn't get that. So now we're building, I think it's 5,000 new housing units in the city, or probably more by now. What's that? 2-3 cars per household? Another 10, 15,000 cars come into the city. We want another 1,000, 1,500 cars coming into this, right to that particular area. It's going to be a mess. It's undoable. I mean, but before, like I said, Garden of Eden is a fairly small building, and they created a huge traffic jam there. I don't know what the plans are exactly for the rest of the 14,000 square feet, obviously, that they wanted you working there, but I don't, it doesn't make sense to me, but then again, it's not my business. And at Cookies Hayward, we've cleaned that area up a little bit. We have 2 guards there at all times. We have a guard overnight. We have, we keep the street people, for lack of a better word, moving on. And we've had no problems with the police. I think Gabby can attend to that. We've gotten along great. She uses our cameras whenever she calls, whenever she needs anything. She gets whatever she wants. Police, fire come down and check us out. They tell us we're doing a great job. My main thing is the traffic we're going to have. As a resident, I don't want to have to put any more time on my commutes and my traveling around than is necessary. I'll just leave it at that. Now my time's up, but thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jazz Dillon.
Good night. Thank you for your time today. I just wanted to make a couple of points. I've worked with a number of local dispensaries, including the Garden of Eden, and I believe that the map that was put up earlier, if we had an opportunity to look at it, you could see exactly where Garden of Eden is located compared to the other building. It's within, I think, 600 feet. So let's pull that up. It would be right up there on the left. So, yep, thank you. So we're talking about 600 feet of location and proximity. So you're adding another dispensary right next to the Garden of Eden, and I think that the citizens here have already established sort of the concerns of adding 2 dispensaries in such a small location. One of the concerns I think that it's kind of put aside earlier was, oh, well, that's Alameda unincorporated, that's not Hayward. Well, if you actually look at it, it's not going to alleviate the situation of the issues that are going to surround the area. Just because it's unincorporated versus the city of Hayward, you're still going to have those surrounding areas. In addition, I've done a little bit of research. As I mentioned, I'm counsel. One of the things I noticed was that the FTB business registration is suspended for the entity, and my understanding is entities aren't allowed to enter into contracts when their registrations are suspended. So that's something that I think deserves some further evaluation. In addition, there are some other points that we call it a corridor, but will it become a cannabis corridor? And I think that the surrounding citizens here are expressing that viewpoint. The other last thing I'm going to leave it at is that there's been a letter allegedly from the local jiu-jitsu place, yet all of the parents here you're hearing are in opposition to it. My feeling is that there's more to that, with the fact that the future landlords would be the same landlords that currently would own the dispensary as well. So there's a lot of fear amongst the local business owners in voicing support against this dispensary because of that backlash that they may become their landlords in the future. And if they do, you talk back to the landlord, you know what's going to happen. The last thing outside of the landlord point is, I think that there needs to be a lot more analysis done on the traffic concerns here and a lot more input taken from the surrounding communities. We've submitted a number of petitions from the local business owners. There were 3 groups. We did our local dispensaries, we did our local customers and consumers, and then we also did surrounding businesses, so that the commissioners here have the benefit of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Brandy Gomez. Is Brandy here? Yeah, she's out. Okay. Okay, I'm going to come back to Brandy. I'm going to go to the next. Oh, no, it looks like Brandy made it. Okay.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having this meeting and addressing our issues. I am a mother in the neighborhood that lives there, and I've been in there for like 30 years. I've lived in the neighborhood, and I just want to see the quality of life go up, and I feel like that adding another cannabis club to our neighborhood would actually lower the quality of our life, and it's going to bring outsiders into the neighborhood instead of helping what is in the neighborhood. Like having a Walgreens would benefit the people that live in the neighborhood, and having a cannabis would only benefit people that are actually going to want to have cannabis, not like my neighbors or anything like that. I've talked to a lot of people, and I feel like I'm not isolated in this, where I don't want to have this cannabis club. And also, sorry, I'm a little unorganized, but also the traffic, like the other gentleman had said, I'm not too fond of the traffic with just even the Eden. I notice at certain times of the day, it's hard to get through to my house because the traffic is so heavy. And I'll see like where, people are going to the Garden of Eden and stuff like that. And I also feel like this is kind of a small detail, but it does bug me about the way that the roads look as well. And when they opened the Garden of Eden, Apple Street, you couldn't even go down it. It was so bad for like years. They just finally paved it. So I feel like even adding all that traffic to the roads that are already bad that I can hardly drive down will also contribute to that as well. And yeah, I just want to just say that like I said, I just want the quality of my life of, if I'm going to stay in the neighborhood, which I don't plan on moving, I would like to see something that would be more for the kids, or something that would benefit the neighborhood. That's just my input. I'm sure I have more and other people have more, but I'll leave it for other people. I just want to make it short and sweet for you guys so we can move on. But that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Balin Perkins. Did Balin Perkins also step out? Oh, Balin's here.
Hello? The reason why I don't think this is a good idea to put it right here is my school, just like in my experience, like 40% of my classmates, for the most part, yeah, they like smoke, and it's like a really big problem. Like from like my whole school, it's like one of the biggest problems in my entire school, and adding a dispenser would only be like adding to the problem, in my opinion. So, and also it doesn't really fit our neighborhood. I live right next to here. I train at the dojo. I help out the kids, so that's my input on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Gulia Bodas. Oh, push it one more time.
Hi, guys. My name is Julia, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Esther. I have known Esther for about 30 years now. Esther has been a part of the Hayward community her whole life. She has raised her family here and has spent over 25 years serving our residents as a trusted tax preparer and real estate agent. She's not just a business owner, she's also a huge community member who has consistently given back. As a boss, Esther is understanding, a great listener. She genuinely cares about the well-being of the people around her. In her work as a tax preparer and a real estate agent, she doesn't just help people, she educates our youth on how to manage money, set themselves up for success early on in life. That kind of guidance has made a real impact on young people in this community. She has served in the Chamber of Commerce. She supports outreach programs for children. She has always made it a priority to reinvest in our community. Her goal is not only to operate a successful business, but also to continue strengthening the neighborhood she calls home. I understand that change can raise concerns. I do want to emphasize that Esther has a long history of supporting the city and its people. Her values, her work ethic, and her reputation speak for themselves. She is committed to being a responsible business owner and a partner to the community. I hope this change not only represents Esther's loyalty and strengths, but also helps bridge a path with her new partners as well. I do want to piggyback on a couple of things that I've heard. I think in order to build a community, you have to have success within your community. I do question how you build success if you're saying that you don't want traffic in a building. So if you put a grocery store there, there's going to be traffic. Are you going to contest the grocery store because there's going to be traffic now in that building? It was a Walgreens. I've heard several people say there's been a lot of bad things happening at that Walgreens. There's an MMA studio, is that what it was that's in that location? As a parent of 4 adult children and a grandparent that I am, I would feel blessed that a company is going to come in there now with 2 armed guards, security cameras nonstop. That would give me security knowing that my children at least have a little bit extra security when I'm taking them to their activities, because it sounds like when Walgreens was there was a lot of bad activities happening in that building. So as a parent, that would give me a little sense of security. Traffic is going to be there regardless. We keep building apartment buildings, condos. We are overpopulated. Traffic is going to be there regardless. So I just wanted to kind of piggyback on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next is Jared Perkins.
How are you guys doing?
I have a lot of things to say. I hardly know where to start. It rings a lot of my bells about what's going on here because I've lived in this neighborhood my entire life for 50 years. I've been civilly active and engaged in, things that are going on. Helped stop the freeway from, when I was young to stop my house from being bulldozed so we can later buy it and whatnot, part of the 238 corridor. Often come to these meetings trying to procure better situations for what's going to happen with that excess 238 land and whatnot. One thing I'd like to say is this endorsement by the previous owner of the dojo was bought and paid for. He said, what was I supposed to do? Not take the money? So that's how this endorsement happened. I disagree that, I got little chicken scratch notes here. I disagree that the Walgreens would have had more traffic than this place. To pay the overhead on this place, you're gonna have a tremendous amount of traffic. I collected signatures in 1995 for Proposition 215. So I've been involved in civil process with the procuring the cannabis industry here in Hayward ever since Bob Wilson and the Hayward Hempery. I don't know if you guys are familiar with who that is, but that's the original, Hayward people that were trying to forge this industry. So yeah, in this very neighborhood, I collected signatures for this. It just doesn't fit. I've been to hundreds of cannabis clubs in my days, and it just doesn't fit. It's huge. I was surprised with the Cookies location. I was like, this is really big, Usually, they don't need that big of a storefront. I get how it fits for the business, but it absolutely doesn't fit for the neighborhood. They kind of just snuck this in. The only reason I know about this is because my son's also trained at this dojo since it's opened its doors. He's been there for almost 9 years now, and I've probably spent more time there than any parent or any sensei, instructor, or anything. I'm there every single day for the past 8 years, except for Sundays. It just doesn't fit. Let me see. Takeover robberies. That's what happens at most cannabis clubs. You can look back historically, Hayward, all these areas, San Leandro, this whole location. You can draw boundaries, but we share the roads and share the social space and the commerce and whatnot. And takeover robberies is a thing. It doesn't matter if you have 2 armed guards or not, or even the police. We've seen situations where these people come. Just here in what was that, San Ramon, they had 25 assailants come rob a jewelry store. There's not much protocol is going to serve for those 2 armed security guards in that situation. This neighborhood has been marginalized for decades, just absolutely. This doesn't serve us well at all. It's nothing against the industry itself. I do have something against the size of the building. And it just doesn't fit. Someone didn't do their research on if this would fit the neighborhood or not. It's just all about commerce, and I get that. It doesn't make sense for that. I guess that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next is Elias Romero.
Good evening, lovely people of Hayward, California. I would like to state my dismay for this building and specifically the location, not only for traffic, but only because its proximity to the intersection and the freeway. It would be highly more likely and lucrative to commit a crime in this one compared to the one up on the street called, Adams Garden, the other campus that's up on the street in San Lorenzo, because this was close to the intersection, so they could go either east or west on 230 or up north straight on 580. So once they hit that ramp on the freeway in the intersection, after committing a crime on this area, they could just straight up disappear, depending on what decision want to go to, because they could split down to 880, head south San Jose, or head up to Oakland, or go straight through Oakland, or stop somewhere in San Lorenzo, San Leandro off of 580, or go all the way to Dublin. It'll be harder to track them. It'll be more encouraging for criminals and enticing with that proposition. Secondly, I am bear witness to faulty equipment, the camera system, them just going off randomly in the middle of the night. I was in the dojo right there, kickboxing after sparring, after something at night closing. And it was, in that area, it's a very interesting area. I used to ride my bike in that area. I was been approached by multiple times by homeless individuals if I was a seller of illicit substances, methamphetamines, cocaine, whatever it may be, right? And you'll find them out there too. And we're over here like looking, making sure people are safe one night as they go home to their cars, and the cameras will just go off randomly. It happened on like multiple occasions, and it'll just go off. And there was no correlation between the two or any other incidents. They would just like detect movement at a certain time, I guess, and it'll just go off. It's just probably going to be a nuisance for the community, right? Especially if police are constantly getting called to the area, right? Waking people up in the middle of the night. And my final problem is this intersection in general is just something about it. During COVID, I used to ride my bike in this area I said earlier about the homeless. But I also see a bunch of accidents at the gas station. On that corner, particularly at the gas station, when trying to make that left turn. Now if you got other people going from the freeway down over while people are trying to make the left turn, or people are trying to go straight, because that's an unprotected left turn in that intersection while going from San Lorenzo to Castro Valley on Grove Way. So it's just, honestly, I don't think it will just end up well. I think it will just, cause more unintentional harm to the area than it will bring or perceive. And final point is that in the back of the parking lot, there's like a secluded parking lot that could easily fit 25 cars. And I don't know how that guy's going to get over there, because you can't really walk from the balcony. You got to go all the way out and go out their way to go look at it. And I'll be frank, people are lazy. People probably don't want to do that. And guess what? That'll probably be a perfect way to sell other illicit substances that is marijuana or accessories. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Stephen Mocker.
Hello, Stephen Mocker. I strongly disapprove this project just for the location of it. It's within one or less blocks of another cannabis store, 3 blocks or 4 blocks from another cannabis store. 2 blocks away, there's a school. There's limited parking. I would say that this is not the place for this establishment just because of that. And the parking is so limited there. I've lived in this area close by for many, many years, and it's just a traffic quagmire right now. I mean, and then you throw this in there, it's going to just make it worse. Basically, that's it. I am against this project being at this spot. I want to thank you.
Thank you. Next is Robert Gomez.
How you doing? I'm Robert Gomes. I don't like the idea behind it. I live up there on Knoll Way above Gale. My house looks right down on Walgreens. In other words, there got to be a view home up there. And the traffic is crazy right now since they didn't do the freeway thing through there. And you stop at Grove Way, they start speeding up by Taco Bell, and they're already doing 50 miles an hour before they hit the freeway. The traffic's horrible there, for one thing. We've already got a Candace shop down there. I've seen accidents in front of it. People have pulled up. They double park up there sometimes, and people have to swing around and hit them. My question is, how many Candace shops do we need in Hayward? And why do we need one so big? In the back of that thing is you can unload truckloads of stuff in there. I mean, I've shopped at Walgreens for years and years and years. I've been up there for 35 years. And I don't see why they need a Candace shop so big. What are they going to do, grow it there or ship it in, truck it in? You can count the parking stalls around that, in the front. And there's already businesses there. I don't know if the dentist is still there, but there's a donut shop there. And my grandson, in the back of that, where all the trucks go back in there and they load, my grandson, right there is his gym. They have a gym there. and they do martial arts there. But I just think that it don't need to be that big. It don't need to be there. It doesn't need that much more traffic coming in. I sit up there every night at my dinner time, and I'm looking out at the window. I'm watching the cars. Cars are bumper to bumper coming off the freeway. They cut across Grove now. They come down Grove way from Mission Boulevard. I mean, it's just, you have to be there around rush hour to see what's going on. I mean, the traffic's crazy. You know, I just don't know what to say. I don't think that we need it. One that big. We've already got one there. How many cannabis shops are in Hayward? Does anybody know? Does anybody know why they need one so darn big? That's going to have to draw a lot of traffic, a lot of people to be able to pay that rent on that place. I ain't got no more to say. I don't want it. You know, I don't want the extra traffic. You know, it sounds to me that it's already, you guys are going to already make up your mind. I'm not going to get any revenue from it. Who does?
Thank you, Mr. Gomes.
Well, thank you.
Next is Zach Trevin.
Chair Hardy, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to be heard. First, I want to address the serious concerns of the parents of the children that attend the MMA studio. We do not take those concerns lightly at all. First, I'm going to touch on, the comment that the letter of support was bought and paid for, which is absolutely untrue. I personally went out with the group to meet Carlos Rocha, the head instructor, and I think who's been characterized as the former owner, as well as a gentleman named Edwin, who, as I understand it, is the current head instructor there, to talk to what we were going to be doing at the store. We provided our personal information, and we even offered to come back and address the concerns of the parents directly. And I will take responsibility and apologize that we did not have the opportunity to discuss this with you. A few points that are very important to consider. Number one, there is absolutely no interaction between the customers and the personnel of our establishment and the constituents of that MMA studio. None at all. There's also no visible indication on the exterior of our facility of the nature of the use. There's no signage with cannabis leaves. There's no ads like you see in a smoke shop. There's no posters, nothing like that at all. When you were asking PD, is the existing cannabis dispensary a problem? There was a clear and unequivocal, no, it is not. Most of the time when we have a new project, we have to show and prove in operation that we are not going to be a detriment to the community. In this case, we've already shown that. You've heard that there was an issue with vagrancy with the Walgreens. Our cameras have already deterred that activity. We're already showing that the security infrastructure that we brought in is going to improve that situation. When we talk about parking, you heard Mr. Roberts say that this location was specifically selected for the infrastructure that it has. Unlike Garden of Eden and unlike Cookies, with very limited, if any, off-street parking, we have 61 spaces at this facility. And ease of access is something that was key in our selection of this business. I'd also add, you have live access to our surveillance cameras by PD. That is a condition of approval that is included in this and one that we embrace. When you talk about youth access to cannabis, it is not coming from regulated cannabis dispensaries. We were one of the most regulated businesses in the entire state of California. Where children are getting it is in smoke shops where they are selling soda pop and candy bars next to psilocybin mushrooms and cannabis as well. I will address the Franchise Tax Board and some of the comments by the attorney representing Garden of Eden. The Franchise Tax Board typically suspends businesses that have not filed taxes. We have filed taxes just this week. We were in touch with the Franchise Tax Board. In a matter of 2 weeks, you're going to see that reversed on the Secretary of State site. We've also executed a long-term lease. There is no option to purchase. We are going to be long-term tenants, and beyond that, we're not only committed to supporting our neighbors, we're committed to supporting the community as community members. We have contributed in the last 5 years over $750,000 worth of community benefits across all of the jurisdictions that we operate in. And so when you say that this letter was bought and paid for, I say that's patently untrue. When we talked to Carlos, he did mention that he pays out of his pocket for sponsorships and asked for our support, which we were more than willing to provide. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Mike Warda.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. You know, the group that is here applying already has almost 500 customers in Hayward. And so they're going to our other stores and other locations. And I know there's been about 20, 25 people that have spoken here today, but there's 500 citizens over 21 years old that already shop at our stores that live here in Hayward. So there is a large group of people that support this. I know they're not here today. With respect to the martial arts folks, we had a very similar situation in Riverbank, California, where we were near a martial arts studio. And even though the entire business isn't focused on kids, they had kids that would come there. And and they were concerned about it. And within about 4 months, the owner came in and actually spoke before the city council and thanked our business because we ran a very good operation, very clean. And as Mr. Dravon said, when you walk by this building, you don't know what's going on inside there. It's just a very nice, clean building with no signage. So unless somebody's telling children that that's a dispensary, children are not going to know it's a dispensary if they're walking by it, if they're driving past it, if whatever may be the case. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Looks like, do we have one more in-person public comment? Efren Miranda.
I wasn't going to speak, but what these gentlemen say of the letter from Carlos. Carlos is no longer owner of the facility. Carlos wrote the letter right when he left the facility. In fact, the cannabis dispensary sponsored one of his fights in Texas. So what he did is like, he wrote the letter, took the money, and moved to Texas. And when it comes to be, they say there's no traffic. I drive to work every day. I drive a lot of miles. And when I come around the corner to come and pick up my son, it's traffic. Sometimes you're late. You know, when they say no traffic, it is traffic. When you turn to go to the freeways, there's a lot of traffic. Sometimes you don't make the light because there's traffic going and people running the red lights. So what this gentleman said, that the letter was honored by the owner. The owner is no longer the owner. The owner take the money and run. You know? So the new owners, I'm assuming they're afraid to say anything because they're renting from the same landlord. So they're between the knife and the wall because what are they going to do? If they make their landlord mad, they might get kicked out, right? So that letter that this gentleman has is a letter from the previous owner, not from the new owner. They sponsored one of his fights in Texas. So, I mean, to me, that's not true. The letter was honored by the owner because the owner is not there no more. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it for in-person comments. Ms. Allen, are there any comments online?
So you actually had one more. Ron Roberts is here, and he'd still like to make a comment.
Okay, so I didn't have a speaker card, though, for Esther Lopez, so she now has turned one in. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Sorry about the confusion. Good evening, commissioners and city staff. We appreciate your efforts. Tonight's comments and information that you shared shows how much work that you have put into this, and we appreciate it. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Ron Roberts, and I'm here on behalf of Finos of Hayward. Our company has a proven track record of being responsible and positive community partner across 14 different cities that we serve. We've donated nearly $750,000 and volunteered hundreds upon hundreds of hours to local charities. Giving back is part of our identity. We don't just open a store, we invest in neighborhoods. We also take pride in maintaining our property and surrounding areas. Our parking lot and exteriors are kept clean, well lit, and graffiti free. We proactively deter loitering and keep on-site the facilities clean and safe for everyone. Safety and compliance are our top priorities. We have 24/7 professional security, both physically and monitored through video surveillance, including high-definition camera monitoring, bright exterior lighting, and licensed uniformed guards inside and outside the facility. There's absolutely no on-site consumption. Our policy is clear, and our security team enforces that, both in and outside the store, and that extends to the parking lot and surrounding businesses as well. We also want to acknowledge a concern raised by our new neighbors, Carlos Rocha, who runs the jiu-jitsu school. It's first I've heard that he's not involved anymore. He shared worries about unhoused community negatively impacting his patrons at his lot. In response, we immediately invested $100,000 in commercial-grade security system and implemented a dedicated nighttime security guard, which has been actively working compassionately to ensure the safety and comfort of the neighboring businesses and the parking lot and the property. These actions are consistent with the level of professionalism that we provide and how we operate. We did this before we even opened. We know that opening a dispensary can bring questions and concerns. Every location will have the not in my backyard issues. Not here, put it somewhere else. These concerns exist everywhere. As stated earlier, a team of 7 people dedicated 6 months of research. We came up with 2 locations that would work in the city of Hayward. Having worked in this industry for 8 years in 14 different cities with an impeccable history, it would be hard-pressed to find a location that would work better in the city of Hayward. There are concerns today that were shared about an incident that existed in Oakland. Hayward is different than Oakland. What was not shared is that we also operate a business in Oakland, and it's never been touched. There's a reason why. We put more care, more effort, and far more security into our establishments. There was some confusion about the landlord or the landlord changing. It's the same landlord. It's the same landlord that's been there for years. I like to reflect back on history. We opened up a location in the city of Merced that had an enormous amount of city calls. The location was vacant for over 20 years. After opening that location, the then city manager, Steve Kerrigan, reached out to us and said, we have a few other areas that are problematic. Would you consider opening one of your facilities there? The traffic, the commerce, and the security solved their security calls. And I think that sentiment was shared by city staff and the police department today. As far as Cookies handling traffic on B Street compared to a location that handled far more traffic from a Walgreens, let's keep in mind, not only does Walgreens handle more traffic, but it also has consumers that spend a lot more time inside the facility. I come from the martial arts community. It was important to me that we reached out to the owner.
Mr. Roberts, can you wrap it up?
Sure. That was the responsible thing to do, and that kind of shows how we operate. I'm here to answer any questions or concerns you may have. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speaker cards in
We do have
person?
quite a few online.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with Raimundo Archuleta.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Raimundo Archuleta, and I live nearby. I oppose the proposed cannabis dispensary at 21463 Foothill Boulevard. This is a residential area where many children walk to school every day, and placing a dispensary here forces them to pass by cannabis advertising, smells, and adult customers. To make matters worse, the site is literally connected by a wall to a martial arts studio that serves children. making this an obvious youth-sensitive location, and we cannot ignore that there is already a dispensary just 1 block away. The applicant may argue their doors are locked and that no minors are allowed to enter inside. But that doesn't protect kids walking by or going into the martial arts studio. The question is whether cannabis should be legal, it's whether this is a suitable location. With youth, schools, and families so close by, the answer is clearly no. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Okay, our next public commenter is going to be Sandra's iPhone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I have owned a business right down the street for the last 5 years, and me and every other single business owner can tell you that cameras don't do much to deter crime. We've all had our windows broken. We've all dealt with the homeless population. There is a couple motels right across the street from this location where there's a lot of drug use, there's a lot of prostitution, there's a lot of crime. That is something that I've not heard today, but you should know as someone who has owned a business there for a long time, and that drives a lot of the crime in the area, you know, and so that's definitely going to have an impact if you put another location there. There is another dispensary right down the street, and you know, that's going to create congestion if you go down there, you know, at certain times of the day. You know, Walgreens, they get traffic all day, but the cannabis dispensaries generate traffic around like 4 or 5 p.m. when people are getting off of work. They go down there, they get their stuff, and that's where there's a lot of that's when a lot of the traffic incidents happen. I've been hit right there on that corner because people are trying to get in and out, and you know, I'm going to be honest, that person was holding a bag from the dispensary, which I'm assuming they were kind of baked. And so it does create a huge hazard in the area. There's houses there, my kids' schools, my kids' doctor's right around the corner, my kids' dentist is right around the corner. These are things that do not belong there. What I've heard from the community is that we don't want it there. It's not a good location for this. You're creating a concentration in this area where it's not needed. I work in prevention as well, and I will tell you that although they're not going to allow kids in there, weed from that dispensary is going to go to kids because all kids do is just get their cousins, their friends, whoever to buy the weed for them and get it to them. And I can tell you that from tons of focus groups I've done, from surveys I've done, from all these community assessments that we do, and they are hubs for crime, they're hubs for traffic, they're hubs for all kinds of issues, and we just don't need that at that location. It does belong in a more industrial area. It does belong somewhere where there's not so much use-sensitive stuff. And although, you know, some people were saying, well, it's the parents' responsibility, I can tell you that accessibility and community norms play a big part in whether kids do smoke weed, you know? And so we have to think about it as a community. Is this something we want in our community? Do we want a concentration of it? Do we need a cluster? We do not need that cannabis club there. I understand that, you know, it is something that is difficult for dispensaries to be approved, but they should be, right? These are things that are not positive drivers in our communities. And, you know,
Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, thank you.
Our next public commenter is going to be Matias Michelena.
Speaker, are you there? If you're there, we can't hear you. I think we should move on to the next person.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next one. Marcia Lopez.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Marcia Lopez, and want to emphasize that the proposal is in a residential area where children walk to school, shares a wall with a martial art studio full of kids, and sits just one block from an existing dispensary that is oversaturation. The applicant might argue that competition benefits consumers, but cannabis retail is not the same as coffee shops or grocery stores. Just like we don't allow the liquor stores to cluster on top of each other. We should not allow dispensaries to cluster in a one block, especially in families' neighborhoods. The cumulative effects normalize cannabis for youth, increase loitering, and change the character of the community. This condition this condition permit is supposed to prevent that kind of imbalance, and it's your job to make sure it does. Please reject this application. Thank you for your time.
Our next public commenter is going to be Ann, Groveway Neighborhoods.
Hello, commissioners. My name's Ann Maris. I've lived in the neighborhood about 50 years, seen a lot of changes around here, and I want to ask that you deny this. The people might be fine, the business might be fine, but it's the wrong place for this. You've heard a lot about the impacts. Hayward Municipal Code 10-1.3225 requires that all of the findings must be met. At least 3 of these are not. How can staff just say it meets the requirements without actual data, which would show that it's negative? It's not desirable or necessary for public convenience or welfare. The proposed use will impair the character and integrity of the zoning district and surrounding area. Pardon me, I've been sick. This will be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. The 4th required condition is that this is in harmony with city policies and intent. It is not. Land Use Policy 2.16 uses to attract the creative class. The city shall encourage the development of uses and amenities to attract creative class professionals and businesses to Hayward, including restaurants, cafes, art studios, and galleries, and entertainment and cultural venues. This is not that. Land Use Policy 5.1, a mix of uses is required. There's already a dispensary and a liquor store here. We're already burdened. This is not a mix of use. Where's the actual police input? Everything's been vague. Where's the data reports? Impacts around other dispensaries, the sheriff's input. I've heard a few more details now, but it's not available for the public in the packet. Foothill and Grove is a very busy intersection with high rates of speed. It's dangerous to pedestrians and drivers. I hear crashes regularly. I hear about robberies of neighbors, road rage incidences. Sirens are a regular thing here. There's multiple fires recently in the landscaping around the freeway. We don't need more smoking here. The neighboring business input has been negative. We live and work here and have experiences with the current dispensary. No specific data has been given of other dispensary or liquor stores. The neighborhood is heavily impacted by the freeway activities. There's a direct on-off ramp, police chases, crimes on Foothill, and the neighborhood with fleeing onto the freeway. There's vacant lots. I haven't heard any mention of the affordable housing complex that Hayward approved right across the street. About 100 family units going in, vulnerable, low income, with children. Children are coming and going from the martial arts dojo. The need of security shows this as a dangerous use. Security doesn't stop stray bullets. What do we need to see? This is a food desert. No fresh foods or groceries since Walgreen left. People robbed walking along Foothill to get to Safeway. Put the pot club down by Safeway. There's many vacant buildings.
Thank you, caller.
Our next public commenter is Diego Ramos.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Diego Ramos. I oppose this scenario because it is an original residential area where kids walk to school. It shares a wall with arts and studios serving children, and is just 1 block away from existing dispensary. Beyond these issues, there are several public health risks. The applicant may argue that they have cameras, ID checks, and security guards, but those do nothing to prevent someone from leaving the dispensary and consuming in their car and driving off impaired. That risk is especially dangerous here. In an intersection already known for accidents, adding impaired driving is in a location used daily by families and children is unacceptable. Public health and safety should be prioritized over profits. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Zoom.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Oh, hi. Good night. My name is Teresita, and I'm asking to reject this proposal. The proposal dispensary is a residential area where the children walk to the school and worship. It is likely sharing a wall with a martial art studio where dozens of children and teens gather every day. Families pay for their children to be in safe, structured programs and placing a dispensers next to doors determine the safe environment. On top of this, it is already an existing dispensary just 1 block away, meaning the neighborhood is already carrying more than it is sharing a cannabis retail. The applicant may be trying to claim that only school and licensed daycare count as sensitive use, but the spirit of the law is protect children where they gather. In this studio, it's exactly that. If you approve this, you're telling parents that technical lawfulness matter more than actually well-being of their kids. Please do the right thing and deny the permit. Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Nancy Rospaldiza.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Good evening, city members and staff. My name is Nancy Respaldiza, and I speak for the neighbors. The dispensary will be in a residential area where kids walk to school, right next to a youth martial arts studio, and only 1 block from another dispensary. This is not the right place. The applicant may say it's bringing tax money, but safety and community values are more important than revenue. Approving this would set a precedent that dispensaries can be placed near home and children. We ask you to listen to the community and vote no on this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Allen, how many more comments do we have on Zoom?
You have 6.
Okay, I would like to reduce the time to 2 minutes per person, if we could. So we have another item.
Okay. Our next public commenter is going to be Teresa Rizantes.
Hi, good evening. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm on the board of Hayward Concerned Citizens, and I'm also speaking in behalf of them. They are about 800 members strong in the city of Hayward. So I am speaking, and my group is speaking against this cannabis shop going in for many of the reasons others have spoken, including the Garden of Eden being very close by. Close by also on Foothill at GG's, there have been at least 2 shootings that have happened there. And so if we have people at yet another close by cannabis shop and they're high, smoking in their cars. It just brings and attracts hard drug sales to the area. And I'm sorry, but that's a fact. One thing I want the Planning Commission to think about are the cities who have outlawed cannabis, including Fremont, Roseville, Palo Alto, most of Marin County, Bakersfield, Anaheim, Fresno. So we need to do a better job coming up with ideas of how to raise tax revenue for Hayward. We need to be more creative. In addition, Esther needs to get out of the cannabis industry. If she is so in favor of promoting and doing the right thing by the community, this is not the way to do it, Esther. And I am so proud of all the speakers tonight, especially the young adults. You have done a fantastic job. Keep it up. You're going to be on the Hayward City Council one day. Thank you.
Our next public commenter is TJ from Hayward Concerned Citizens.
Hi, yes, I'm TJ, also with Hayward Concerned Citizens. I'm not going to mince words here. I am not at all in favor of this plan. I don't care how you wrap it, justify it, sell it, reassure about it. The Planning Commission recently reviewed a report on ways to make our downtown more business-friendly and family-friendly, and the same report was just discussed Tuesday night during the City Council meeting. This is not a good fit. I know Hayward is in a bad way with the budget right now and could probably use the revenue, but this is not the direction we want to go as a city. As many have said, this cannabis dispensary will be next to a martial arts studio where there are children. Let's not expose them to this. And as we have clearly seen, their parents are not okay with this. It's also next to a dental office. You may say there are safety parameters in place, but there are never guarantees to keep people from loitering further down from the dispensary and causing trouble. This was a situation with Garden of Eden in Castro Valley. There was so much interference with the dental practice there that Dr. Erickson's place that dentist ended up having to relocate. I don't want to be in Oakland. I don't want to be in Oakland. Please, please, let's not make multiple dispensaries the norm in Hayward. Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Aiden.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello. My name is Aiden, and I am concerned about traffic and safety. This dispensary is proposed in the residential area where children walk to school. It shares a wall with martial arts studios where children gather, and it's just one block away from another dispensary. To make things worse, this stretch of Foothill Boulevard is already a hotspot for accidents. The applicant may say this is a commercial corridor and traffic is expected, but cannabis retail brings the added risk of impaired driving. Even if only a few drivers use before getting behind the wheel, at an already dangerous intersection, that's too many. Why add risk where families and children are already walking every day? Public safety and youth protection must come first. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Carlene Elizabeth.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Hello, council members and fellow citizens. Thank you for taking the time to listen and speak together. My name is Carlene, and I'm a mother of 4 sons and a neighbor and a homeowner on Grove right above Foothill. I'm requesting a rejection of this proposal. Instead of a second dispensary, I would love to see a business in this community that adds daily life, something that helps families and supports our health and brings better community spirit. I'd love to see a tutoring center, a plant nursery, an urgent care, a small local grocery store, a community bakery, or a combination of those in a space like the Castro Valley Public Market, which the community lost last year. We need something here that fits the character of the place, that will blend with Lee's Donuts and Hill's Coffee Shop and the Jiu-Jitsu Studio and Crossroads Church and Sejong Korean School and Monarcha Restaurant that recently opened. I wish to see our unhoused neighbors who are part of the community heal and survive. I do not support a dispensary and the danger that it adds to their life as well as ours. Studies show established links between cannabis use and poor mental health and high rates of progression to chronic mental disorders compared to other drugs for users who are having psychotic symptoms. My interactions with my unhoused neighbors have mostly been fine, except for individuals who are under the influence. I'd like to work together for health and goodness for all of us. This is a lively neighborhood full of families and community members who care and have much to offer and also much need. Let's not squander the opportunities for quick solutions and redundancy. Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Oscar.
Hello. My name is Oscar Gonzalez, a resident, and I oppose the opening of a cannabis dispensary. You know, in truth, the establishment can negatively harm the reputation of the area and the community nearby, you know, because setting up such an establishment can make passerby nervous. When they're driving or walking by the dispensary, it's likely people may start to associate the establishment with substance abusers. And I just think that my community should not be subjected to a dreary atmosphere like that. And that is all. Thank you. Good night.
Our next public commenter is Samantha.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Samantha Ramos. I want to point out that this project is proposed in a residential area with many children walking to school. It literally shares a wall with an art studio for kids, and it's just 1 block away from an existing dispensary. These facts alone show that it's an unsuitable location. Yet the staff report claims that this project is from CEQA as an existing foundation. But this is not just another tenant moving into a vacant space. A cannabis dispensary brings unique impacts, which is traffic, impaired driving, exposures of minors, and clustering. In neighborhoods, character changes. Staff may say the CEQA doesn't cover social impacts, but the traffic safety and land uses incapability of environmental issues too. Relying on this is a real concern. This proposed deserves more study and just not a rushed approval. Please deny this permit. Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Zoom user.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name's Tom Ferreira. I've been a Hayward resident for 32 years, and I'm speaking about this project today. It's only a block away from the Garden of Eden. And as other commenters mentioned, my orthodontist used to be on Apple Lane right there. A lot of people would be smoking in the back, breaking into cars, and he had to move to another site. Also, this is right across the street from Caltrans 8 property, which in 3 years we're going to have affordable housing with a lot of Hayward families hoping to be there, but with maybe 200 kids seeing that every day, knowing where that is, it's not helpful. And then the other thing the owner mentioned about possibly over $1 million of revenue, that we don't know if that's for sure, and that's not going to help the city of Hayward right now. If you look at cookies, that's been taxed by the state and by the city. And in Rotary, we were told that they're going to be taxed even again. So it's almost like they're barely breaking even. So for all those matters and everything, I want Hayward to be a hit, but not in this way. I want it to be a destination. Thank you.
And then our last one, we're going to try Matias Michelena again.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good night, Commissioners. My name is Matias, and I want to emphasize that this proposal is in a residential area where children walk to school. shares a wall with a martial arts studio full of kids and sits just one block from an existing dispensary. That is oversaturation. The applicant might argue that the competition benefits consumers, but cannabis retailers is not the same as coffee shops or grocery stores. Just like we don't allow liquor stores to cluster on top of each other. We should not allow dispensaries to cluster up in one block, especially in family neighborhoods. The cumulative effect normalizes cannabis for youth, increases loitering, and changes the character of the community. This conditional use permit is supposed to prevent the kind of imbalance, and it's your job to make sure it does. Please reject this application. Thank you.
And that was our last public commenter.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Allen. So with that, I will close the public hearing, and we will now move on to commissioner comments. And if anyone has a motion, you are free to make it. Are there any commissioners who would like to comment? Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everybody who spoke tonight. I don't really know where to begin here. There's a lot to say. As many of you may know, City of Hayward is in a serious budget deficit. I believe it's 31.5 million, something like that. And this business, any business, would probably help a lot. The concerns I have are, I'd like to say the loophole that we're overlooking the proximity to another dispensary because it's a different county. If it was next door and that was a county line, would we have that same feeling? I think not. I've been part of some community outreach organizations where we would go around and sign petitions and come across to city council, our establishment here, the planning, and I have found that you may have 1% or 2% of the neighborhood passion that actually had the ability or was moved enough to come and speak. So to me, if this much of the community is speaking, I have to think that, extrapolate that 200 to 300%, that the neighborhood feels the same way. Now, I do get NIMBY, and I know NIMBY has some issues itself, so I do take that into consideration. And we all know the loop has traffic issues already. I myself today drove in from Nevada, and I went straight to Walgreens just so that I can see parking. So I understand there's 61 parking spaces. 15 of them are tucked away in the back, as one of the young men said. I think 4 or 5 of them were really small. They look like motorcycle spots, but they were compact. On the front, there's 2 or 3, I believe, that are for handicap. And while I was there, I counted out of the 61, 35 cars filling the spots. I went into the dojo and checked it out. This is just a random stop. There was 35 cars filling 61 spots. 3 cars were also in the loading dock. And the 15 in the back are really secluded, and they were not very practical. I don't even know if it's part of the same property or not. And the donut shop was closed, and the neighboring business there was closed. So I did some math, and if we are doing 900 customers a day, it's something like 82 an hour. And I thought at this moment, if we had 82 people right now trying to park in here, we would have a serious issue. And I praise you, Esther, Ms. Lopez, because I know that you've done a lot for the community. I know that you continue to do a lot of outreach for the children, and I really, really appreciate that and praise you for that. However, I am going to be a no on this item. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very excited to see all these enthusiastic attendees here in City Hall this evening as well as online. I wish everybody was here for the mundane beings of how the city operates. So I'd like to remind everybody that this is the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission is entrusted with helping guide how the city develops and how it moves forward. And for this specific item, I'd like to bring everybody's attention to the staff report under the cannabis land use. It specifically says, these additional findings are required to determine whether the proposed use will detrimentally affect the surrounding neighborhood or place a disproportionate burden on public safety services as compared to other commercial or industrial uses whose businesses do not involve cannabis or cannabis-related products. So back in 2020, I made the comment that it was poor planning to concentrate cannabis in the downtown. So it is wonderful that the City Council has amended its policy to allow that to be more general and more spread out. But again, having cannabis, having a facility that's in Alameda County and one at this proposed location is what would be known as clustering. And just like we don't cluster liquor stores or other types of activities like this, this is a poor land planning. I'd also like to make the observation, and I think we've heard that tonight, and from my casual observations, the two functional facilities that exist, the one in Alameda County and the one in downtown Hayward, in my opinion, have negative operational impacts. One operation has armed guards that are obviously armed, and I do not think that that's an appropriate or good thing to see in our city. The only people that should be armed are the City of Hayward's police department. I think that is a very poor example of our gateway into the city. Foothill Boulevard is the northerly gateway. Having those type of operations there is not in my mind a welcoming introduction to the visitors and stakeholders that come to this community. Second, I frequently smell cannabis in downtown, whether that comes from a local establishment or from an establishment somewhere. It's not really an acceptable behavior. And I think the onus is on the operators of these facilities to go above and beyond to make sure that their businesses are not creating a nuisance. And I find it a little frustrating that there's two competing interests here tonight. I think that everybody needs to do a little bit better job and be a better steward of this community. I think I'm really frustrated too that I think we've missed one whole big point here. There's no Walgreens. Walgreens left. That was a retail establishment that served a lot of folks in this community. Another one was lost. Why did Walgreens go? Was it because of the changing demographics of how people purchase things? Was it because that opioids are crushing Walgreens and the different types of establishments like that? Or as Detective Wright mentioned, there was 134 thefts in 2 years that occurred in this location. I think we as a city need to look at how what's happening here, because that's not acceptable. In a community, in a neighborhood, having 134 thefts is not acceptable. And how is a business supposed to operate if that's there? So fundamentally, that's like a fundamental planning problem. Now, finally, and this is deeply personal, but I'm going to bring this up because I also find something that's extremely frustrating, is that we talk like cannabis and marijuana is an inane substance. It is not an inane substance. The American Psychiatric Association recognized it as a cannabis disorder. And there's a recent study I just found that 30% of people that use cannabis are addicted to it. And so for those of us that have struggled with disorders, substance use disorders, and for those that are still struggling with that, the placement of these type of facilities on a core retail corridor in a core gateway to the city is poor planning fundamentally poor planning. So cannabis is legal. People have every right to purchase cannabis. I think if I was going to run a cannabis business, I think I could probably find an area that's not in a mainline, highly circulated position, and if I had the money and it was that lucrative of a business, I could build a facility to serve that. So I'm in support of not approving or not recommending to City Council the approval of the CUP.
Commissioner Goodbody?
Thank you. I also want to thank everyone for coming out on this weeknight. We're now close to 10 p.m. I am excited to see so many people taking part in shaping Hayward, shaping their community. It's very important that you show up not just at the city council meetings or the street parties, but at these meetings where long-term decisions are being made for your family and for your future family, hopefully to stay here in Hayward. I wanted to just bring up something that wasn't discussed, and that is the welfare of our city if we were to approve this cannabis CUP. And it was a study that was released by UCSF, and I'll disclose that UCSF is my employer, but it basically says that a report that was published in the Journal of American Medical Association Cardiology found that people who regularly use marijuana in either the edible form or smoked it had reduced blood vessel function that was comparable to tobacco smokers. At the time that we were bringing cannabis online and the state was regulating it, we didn't know a lot, we didn't have studies, but now we have experts that are studying its effects over time. Vascular function in those who use cannabis by either means was reduced roughly by half compared to those that did not use it. Another study that was just released yesterday basically tied inhaling cannabis may greatly increase your risk of lung disease. So basically this study said that found that inhaling marijuana every day is associated with a 44% increased chance of developing asthma, and it also increased the odds of developing a common set of lung disease known as COPD by 27%. So these aren't, to Commissioner Stevens' comments, this is not something that is that's to be taken lightly. And I think that coming on the heels of a discussion of how to make Hayward more business friendly, how to in response to the residents that responded to the survey where they, liked Pleasanton, or they liked to shop in Castro Valley, and sort of look to those neighborhoods to help shape Hayward and what they would like Hayward to look for. The use of this space isn't in alignment in my view, and based on just the health and welfare impacts and the traffic and the saturation, I'm going to be voting no on this.
Commissioner Yorgov?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to everybody that came out. It is nearly 10 p.m. on a Thursday evening, and I'm sure there's places you would all rather be, but you being here really demonstrates your passion on this subject. And as my first Planning Commission meeting, this is quite the kickoff, so I want to say thank you. It's really clear how much this means. I especially want to shout out all the younger folks that spoke out, the students particularly. Public speaking isn't easy for anybody, let alone when you're still in school. So I think that really speaks to how important this issue is. I also think safety, especially to children, is a really big concern, which I think is reflected by the commissioner questions and by the comments made by the other commissioners. I do want to say that not approving this is not going to take cannabis out of our communities. And I do believe this application has addressed the security concerns and that there are safeguards in place from this business. So with security being on site, 2 security guards, loitering not being allowed, no smoking being allowed in the parking lot. To me, they have addressed it. I trust the Hayward Police Department's recommendation on safety, planning staff's recommendation on this. Anecdotally, I do live only a few blocks away from Cookies. Folks just go in there to make purchases, walk out. Maybe they take a lap around downtown, go to Max's Cakes, right? To me, I haven't seen anything there that would make me think that this location would be any different. The building's been vacant for years. I've spoken to folks who live nearby, and I know this not being a Walgreens anymore is difficult. I mean, it's difficult enough losing a place that provides groceries, that provides these services to the community. So I know it's tough to lose it, but this has been a vacant building for a year, and to me, it's not a choice between a Walgreens and a dispensary. It's a choice between another vacant storefront in Hayward. So ultimately, I do agree with staff's recommendation. I am going to vote in support of recommending this to council, subject to the conditions named. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. So from my standpoint, I take a little bit of a different view than some of my colleagues, but I do also agree with some of my colleagues. What I want to say is that whether we agree with cannabis dispensaries or the legalization of cannabis, personally, I don't think that I get to sit up here and make my decision just based upon my own personal beliefs, my own personal, as far as just making a judgment call about cannabis and cannabis use. Because the citizens of Hayward and the citizens of Alameda County and the state of California voted overwhelmingly to legalize cannabis and marijuana. What I will say is what I would wish would happen is I wish all of the safety measures that are imposed on the cannabis dispensaries, rightfully so, they should be there, and I'm glad that they are there. I wish they were also imposed on tobacco shops, vape shops, liquor stores, and I wish children couldn't go in to buy bubble gum or candy and be exposed to the cannabis that's at some of these places that are already in existence. I wish the children people would have to show their ID, and their IDs would have to be scanned at places that have the other products that I've mentioned. I think that we would raise the standard and the safety for our community if all of those businesses had the same standards as cannabis clubs and dispensaries. Having said that, as we went through the evening and I heard all the speeches, I too have children. I too am a mother. I too understand the argument of not wanting my children to walk by a cannery dispensary. I also heard the applicant say that there will be nothing outside to indicate that it's a cannery dispensary, but a cannabis dispensary. As we went through the night, I kind of like my colleague here where there's so much to think about, and one of the things I was thinking about is that I really was more in line with citing for voting for it, for the cannabis dispensary, but for the fact that I am very concerned about there being another one a block away. That is a real concern of mine. I don't want to cluster cannabis dispensaries any more than I want to cluster liquor stores, vape stores, and especially when we're about to build some more housing across the street. My understanding is that there's a school, and of course we all know about the dojo. I would like to know, I would like to know if Garden of Eden has caused the increase in crime in that area. I wish the sheriffs were here so that I could ask those questions and that I could find out, has that been a problem? And I would love to know whether or not having two is a cluster. I don't know if having two is a cluster. if there was some data, again, hard data that showed me that 2 is not a cluster, 2 does not create any more crime than 1, I would be more than happy to vote yes, because I was inclined to vote yes as we went along, but I'm concerned, I just don't have all my questions answered. So for me, it isn't really a hard no, it's more, I just have more questions that I would like to have answered. And so I guess my answer would be, it's a no for now. I see myself getting those answers, and when I get those answers, I think I would very likely vote differently, because I do believe that I can't just decide based upon what I believe. I can't just decide based upon what me and my family do. The residents of our city overwhelmingly voted for this. And so I feel like I have to represent all of Hayward. And, but at this time, I don't feel like I have all of my questions answered.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowe. So I am just going to go through the actual findings that we were asked to consider, the findings for conditional use permits. So finding A was that the proposed use is desirable for the public convenience or welfare, and I cannot agree with that finding, even before I heard all of the comments tonight, which I do appreciate all the comments that people came and made. Just the fact that it sits next to the jiu-jitsu place, the family dental practice, where it seems it's a family dental practice, so children are also there. It's in the neighborhood. Then hearing all the comments tonight, I just don't agree. I know that the staff's findings were that it would be desirable, and the reasons were listed here in the staff report, but I do not agree with that. I also do not agree with finding B, that the proposed use would not impair the character and integrity of the zoning district and surrounding area. I think we heard very clearly tonight that it would, for some of the reasons that people have been saying, that it's the gateway to the city. There's other considerations, even though Garden of Eden is zoned in Alameda County, it still gives an impression of a corridor potentially. I just don't think that is the character and integrity of the district could be compromised. I do find that safety and security measures were addressed to my satisfaction. I thought that the Hayward Police Department fully explained that, also the applicant as well. And I did find that the proposed use was in harmony with applicable city policies and the intent with the purpose. And then all of the findings for commercial cannabis business, I thought that there were no issues there either. I did want to also add that while Mr. Roberts talked about parking, similar to what Commissioner Myers said about, you were saying things about like parking being good there and maybe not so much in an industrial area. And again, the parking spaces there aren't just for the dispensary, so I don't know if that argument really made me believe that this is the location. And then to Commissioner Stevens' point around the thefts at the Walgreens, another comment that was made earlier was about the police presence being a reason for selecting that location. And I just found that if there were 134 thefts when it was a Walgreens there and it has a strong police presence, then that's not really saying to me that it's going to be more safe than if you were in a more industrial area. So to me, those things were contradictory. And so I felt like there were 3 different things here tonight that I was really hearing. I was hearing about you, Ms. Lopez, and I heard very clearly that you are a very committed person to the city and a strong applicant, and that there are things about you that definitely you had people here in support of you, and that was very clear to me. I think that the people you are doing business with are very strong, and that I heard that come across loud and clear, but my concern is around the location, and those are my concerns. And so because I did not agree with findings A and B, I also am not in support of this location. And so I would like to make a motion that we do not recommend this to the City Council.
I would second that, but I have a clarifying question about that very issue, because there's two components to it, correct? There's the CEQA, and then there's the conditional use permit, right? And so I would say that, from my perspective, I don't see any problem with the CEQA portion of it. I see a problem with the CUP portion of it.
You wouldn't, though, if the majority of the commission is recommending denial, the CEQA wouldn't matter.
I also have no issue with the CEQA portion, and sorry I didn't say that for the record.
And the commission is aware that you are making a recommendation to the city council. So the buck will stop with the city council on this application.
Yes, I believe I just said that.
Oh, sorry.
Did I not?
I was
don't-
distracted
If I
by it.
didn't, then I apologize.
If you did, I apologize.
Just to clarify, the motion would be a recommendation to the city council that they not approve it.
Yes, that was my motion.
I just wanted to ask, do we know, officer, whether or not, I don't know, through your dealings with the sheriffs, do you know whether or not Garden of Eden has been a problem?
I do not have those stats available. That's something that would have to come from the sheriff's office, and they would have to see if they have any kind of data. Also, just for clarification, I had said that there were 114 calls in the past 2 years. They were not all thefts. That some of them were thefts. I just wanted to make that clarified.
Thank you.
Great, so we have a motion and a second on the table. Do we want to take a vote? Ms. Allen, can you call roll?
Commissioner Goodbody.
Yes.
So to clarify, because the motion is to recommend that the city council not approve it, a yes vote would be that they not approve it.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond has recused himself. Commissioner Lowe.
Reluctantly, yes.
Commissioner Myers.
Yes.
Commissioner Stevens.
Yes.
Commissioner Yorgov.
No.
Chair Hardy.
Yes. Thank you. So our next public hearing item is item PH 25043, the proposed zoning map amendment of a 0.94 acre site located at 900 Calhoun Street. Oh, great. Okay, just one moment. Okay, we're going to take a short break. Maybe
recording stopped.
5 minutes or so.
Hello? 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 Hello, hello. Hello? Jackson. Luke. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Okay, let's go.
Hello.
Let's go.
Mellow.
Okay.
Whose idea was it to put, of all days, to put 2 items on the agenda? What you did too?
You know what it is? I think we just got spoiled with a lot of one meeting or a lot of cancellations. This, unfortunately,
This is normally it?
this is
This is it? Like,
this is normal. In a normal work environment, we would normally be here till 10 o'clock. But now we're gonna probably be here till 11. But
don't say that.
I mean, the problem is that we have applicants that are ready to go, and we have limited meetings between now and the end of the year because between council and this.
So now it's going to be loaded. There's going to be no cancellations except for November and December.
We have one item for the next planning commission meeting here and that should not be super controversial. And then we have one for the following two.
You're Taylor, right? I'm going to change out so it doesn't
Recording in progress.
Welcome back, everyone. So our next public hearing item is item PH043, proposed zoning map amendment of a 0.94 acre site located at 900 Calhoun Street from agriculture district to low density residential, minimum lot size 10,000 square feet, district consistent with the low density residential general plan land use designation, and findings that the zone change is fully consistent with the Hayward 2040 General Plan Environmental Impact Report. Applicant and property owner, Amand Poyar. For this item, the Planning Commission may make a recommendation to the City Council. Does staff have a presentation for this item?
I do. Good evening, Planning Commission and Hayward community. And for those I've not yet met, I am Taylor Richard, an Associate Planner with the City of Hayward Planning Division. I will try to keep the presentation brief tonight. Tonight, we will be reviewing a rezoning application from the agricultural district to the low-density residential minimum lot size 10,000 square foot district, and findings that no further environmental analysis is needed at 900 Calhoun Street. Before we get into the project, I want to share some background on the site. In 2013, a two-story detached residence was constructed. Following that, in 2015, the city denied a rezoning for the subject property in the adjacent site at 890 Calhoun. That proposal was to rezone from the agricultural district, also known as the A district, to the low-density residential minimum lot size 10,000 square feet, RLB10 district. In 2021, the city issued permits to construct an ADU, and the ADU construction is still ongoing. Earlier this year, the applicant submitted the proposed project we will be reviewing tonight. The project site is located in the Mission Garin neighborhood in East Hayward at 900 Calhoun Street. The project site is directly adjacent to the Holy Sepulchre Cemetery and Parcel Group 4 to the north, Mellow Mule Company to the east, detached residence to the south, and a rural estate with ancillary agricultural uses to the west. As indicated in the picture, there is also significant low-density residential development to the southwest. As noted previously, the site is currently developed with a detached residence and an ADU. The project site is generally sloped towards the rear with steep slopes in the northeastern corner of the site. The northeastern corner of the site is located within the seismic landslide zone, and the entire site is located in the Alquist Priolo fault zone, with a approximately 40-foot stretch of the fault bisecting the northeastern corner of the site. As noted previously, the site is currently zoned A, and the applicant is proposing to rezone the site to RLB10. At this time, there is no development proposed, and any future development would be required to be reviewed by planning. The proposed zoning would remove barriers to allow for the future subdivision of the property, which is not achievable under the current zoning. The proposed zoning district, RLB10, is consistent with the existing development and the surrounding development to the southwest. Furthermore, it is fully consistent with the existing general plan land use designation of low-density residential within the Hayward 2040 general plan. In addition, it is also consistent with the following housing and land use policies within our general plan. These policies focus on allowing a greater variety of housing closer to services and transportation routes, promoting infill development, and having regulations that encourage and remove constraints for housing development. Lastly, since the project is fully consistent with the general plan, no further environmental review is needed because it is fully covered by the environmental impact report prepared for the Hayward 2040 general plan. With that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council approve the proposed rezoning application. At this time, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have, and I want to introduce the applicant team, Amand Poyar, the property owner, and Doug Rogers, a civil engineer designer.
Thank you, Associate Planner Richard. Did anyone else have a presentation they wanted to make, or you're just introducing them? Okay, thank you. So we will now open the floor for commissioner questions. Commissioner Lowe.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And so I'm may be misunderstanding something, so I just want to make sure I understand. So it sounds like the two-story detached residence was built in 2013, and then in my notes it says the rezoning would bring this area into compliance. So how did it get out of compliance?
So when we updated our general plan in 2014, we had a lot of public outreach, and that was kind of like the visioning document for the city. So this changed the general plan land use designation to low-density residential, and at the time, the city didn't do a comprehensive zoning to match the general plan and the zoning together. So this is just inconsistent as it exists right now.
Okay, so it was nothing that the homeowner did at all. Okay, that's what I was wondering. And let's see. So one of the letters we received, one of the neighbors said that changing the zoning here would force them to sell their property eventually. Do you have any thoughts about whether or not changing this, rezoning this would, so the question, because I know in one of my colleagues asked beforehand, would they still be able to have agricultural use on the land? And I think the answer was yes, right?
They would be able to have ancillary agricultural activities. So we allow some agricultural activities in the low-density residential zoning district. Like you can have some livestock like chickens and other things, and then you would be able to plant like an orchard or a garden, as is anyone with a low-density residential property.
And what about was it a stables that was there? Would they be able to have that?
Not if the property was zoned low-density residential, but the existing house takes up most of the area that was once occupied by the horse sporting use on the site. So I don't know if there is a lot of prime land on the subject property for agricultural uses as it is currently developed.
I understand, thank you. If I could have one more moment. Oh, and then the other question, which I saw one of my colleagues had turned in, is about the emergency vehicles not being able to safely turn around. And it sounds like that issue would just sort of be held off until there's a division of the property, further division of the property. Is that correct?
Correct. So when the house was built and when the ADU was built, it was obviously reviewed by our fire department to make sure it met all emergency vehicle standards. If there is further development on the property, like a subdivision, we will review it and ensure that that does not become deficient.
Thank you for answering my question.
Commissioner Hammond?
Hello, good evening. Thank you, staff. So how much of this 0.94 acres is developable if you need to keep a distance of 50 feet from a fault line and that half the property is on a mudslide zone?
I don't know the specifics about how much of the property is developed, but it does have development challenges. The applicant is just seeking this rezoning to subdivide the property. There's no plans at this time to add any further additional units, and I don't have enough information to determine even if it could fit additional units given the Alquist-Priolo Fault Zone Act or any of the other constraints on the site.
Okay, and how tall is the existing main house?
The zoning district, I think, allows a height of up to 40 feet, so it might be around that, but I don't know the exact height.
So if it gets rezoned, then it would not be allowed to be 40 feet.
No new structures would be allowed to be 40 feet.
No new structures, but the existing house can remain
Correct.
at 40.
Yeah.
So
if it is 40, that's just the maximum in the district right now. It could be, typically two-story homes are like around 30 feet tall.
Sure, but this one looks pretty, from when I drove by, it looks pretty tall.
Yeah, I can't speak to the existing thing. There is a grade change, and so height always looks a little different when it's on a grade change, because we measure from the existing or proposed grade, whichever's lower, to like the peak of the roof.
Okay, so it would seem pretty convenient then that if the house was built over 40 feet, because it was agricultural, and then now that it's going to be changed to residential, all the structures are going to be 30 feet, so does it get grandfathered in?
Yeah, it conformed to the standards at the time when it was built. So it couldn't increase the height any further, and if it was substantially damaged and stuff, it would not be able to construct back to that height, if it is indeed over 40 feet.
Okay.
Or 40 feet.
So I'm guessing that the owner is not going to demolish the existing structures in order to have everything conform to back to 30 feet.
I doubt that is what their intention is.
Okay. Also, as Commissioner Lowe mentioned about the access for fire, so besides not being able to develop on all of the property because of the fault line and the mudslides, would the driveway access also eat up quite a bit of that land?
Correct. Typically, a fire turnaround or access road, if needed, is 26 feet wide.
Okay. So I realize this is an application for approval of a zone change and not a site plan review, but has the owner given any thought to what the property will look like once it's developed? I mean, how many dwellings does the owner hope to build on this property?
So, yeah, this does not include any zone changes. The applicant has communicated that their intention is to submit just for a subdivision to divide the lot into two. They have not indicated any proposal for additional units.
So they're not trying to meet the goal of getting 4.3 to 8.7 dwellings on an acre?
Not that I'm aware of.
So in the conditions of approval 9, the conditions of approval number 9, any future development shall be reviewed by the planning director. So are we being asked to rezone today so that the owner can decide at a later date what's possible to develop on the property, even though it would still have to go through approval of the planning commission or the city council with no definite outcome?
Yeah, you are just looking at the rezoning application right now. I think the property owner would like confirmation if this is an option he can do before he spends money putting together a subdivision map.
Okay. So does the owner know what he's getting into in developing this property without a plan? Or I guess
He is not developing his property at this point in time. He's just requesting a zone change.
But so that he could develop the property later without really knowing whether the property could be developed or not.
His intention is to just do a subdivision. So he doesn't want to add any additional units, which would come into contact with those other laws that we've discussed at this thing. He also is familiar with construction and building. He built the house himself and he built the ADU himself. So I think he is familiar. It is his request he is allowed to submit an application and propose to zone change. So.
Sure. Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Yorgov?
Yeah, so the 4 to 8 unit, well, any future subdivision would require approval by city council, correct?
So if it is 4 or less units, it's done at staff level unless it's appealed to the planning commission, or it can be further appealed to the city council. If it is 5 or more lots, then it would require planning commission approval.
And any of those concerns about the emergency vehicle access, general access to the site, those would be addressed then at that application, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And just, I don't know if the applicant can speak to this, but has anyone expressed an interest in purchasing the site or using it for an agricultural use? I know that there's comments in the staff report about that being difficult on the site. Could you speak to that or no? Yeah, has there been any interest towards the site for an agricultural use by any other parties?
Please push the button there. to speak on the button that's on the base?
Yeah.
Yes, and then the red light will come on. There you
That
go.
mic always gives me so much trouble, yeah.
I'm
So-
77 years old, so that's all we leave it. So we are not going to build anything else.
Okay.
All we do change the zoning.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you very much.
There are other commissioner questions? I have Commissioner Goodbody.
Is the site hooked up to the sewer system, or does it run on a well?
It is served by public water and sewer.
So I have just a couple of questions for staff. So this is about the time this came before the Planning Commission and City Council back in December of 2015, so almost 10 years ago. So at that time, it was a zoning change that was asked for from low density, or from agriculture to low density residential. That time too, is that correct? Or was it to single family residential?
Both the rezoning we're reviewing tonight and the rezoning before are from the same district, so from agricultural to low-density residential, minimum lot size 10,000 square feet. The change is that this one is only 900 Calhoun, which the previous proposal included 890 Calhoun and 900 Calhoun.
So I watched the city council meeting from December 1st, and there was discussion of, because there was talk of the alignment between general plan and zoning, and there were many city council members who seemed to think that the issue was actually with the general plan. And so were there any changes made to the general plan to bring it into alignment with the zoning that you're aware of?
So the general plan land use designation was in the 2014 general plan. We update our general plan at a specified time, so this one's supposed to last us till 2040. The only way we change it is if the city initiates a general plan amendment or if an applicant asks for a general plan amendment. The city is limited to 4 general plan amendments a year, so this is not a priority for the city to change the general plan on this property. Also, I will note the 890 Calhoun and the other adjacent properties are all have the same general plan land use designation of LLDR, which so this whole area has that general plan land use designation, not just this site.
Right. So have there been any general plan updates since that time?
Not in this, not general plan land use designations in this area. There have been other ones like the housing element update, obviously La Playa residential, which is down by the airport, but nothing in this area.
Great, thank you. So it looks like there are not any other commissioner questions, so we will go ahead and open the public hearing, and I will call public comments. So again, if when I call your name, please go ahead and come up to the front, and we will set the timer. Sorry, we're gonna do, because it is so late, we're gonna do 2 minutes per person. Oh, actually, there's more than 4 people, sorry. Sorry, okay, we can do 3 minutes each. I thought you all actually might want to go home early. So if you all are willing to stay and do 3 minutes each, we can do it, no problem. Okay, so first speaker is Esther Lopez. Okay, yep, okay. So next speaker is Chelsea Figueroa. It's okay, go ahead and push the button again so the red light's on. Yep.
Am I on now? Okay.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Figueroa. I am a 3rd generation resident of Calhoun Street. My grandparents invested into these properties in the late 70s, early 80s. My parents went on to do the same. Now my husband, myself, and my children, who will be 4th generation, are on this property. Hopefully I get through what I have to say, and then I had a couple of things that I've heard. I want to just express my strong opposition to the rezoning of 900 Calhoun Street from agricultural to low-density residential. The rezoning opens up the door for future development. Even if nothing is planned now, currently, this is something that once it's opened and once it starts, we cannot change it backwards. These impacts don't just affect the street itself, it affects other areas up the street, right next to 890. They are agricultural, they have trees, they have animals. To the other side, Jack Mule Company, he's been around for, I would say, over 30 years and has put children and been very involved. He's in his late 70s now. He helped build a lot of the properties around there. We have a strong community in this area. Direct effects to my family, my children are involved in 4-H. That is not very common anymore to hear children being involved in 4-H in this community. By changing from an agricultural area to a low residential, there's no more 4-H, there's no more FFA. The money that comes from 4-H and FFA goes directly into my children's college fund. They are able to learn how to be young entrepreneurs, public speaking, honesty, responsibility, taking care of these animals. It's a huge thing. I have personally chickens. Those chickens provide eggs for us every single day. Our goats provide milk for us. They also maintain the land. That's how we keep us fire safe around, is by having those goats on areas of our property that we cannot go and maintain ourselves. Again, as somebody who's been deeply rooted in this area, I am hoping to preserve this space. Some things that I would like to address is that one big standout that I hope you guys see is that this is because he wants to subdivide this property. He built his house. Now he's decided what we're calling an ADU. I would really like to know what ADU standards are. This is a fully built house that is going up right next door. And there is no room. I would encourage you guys to come and check for fire safety. You cannot put a fire truck cannot even drive up to this other unit at this point in time. It is not consistent with the housing around. That house sticks out like a sore thumb from a mile away. From the new apartments that are going down, you look down the street and you can see that house clear as day. It does not fit in. There is currently being built right now another house that he plans, and this is direct conversation with him, he plans to sell the one in front and move into the smaller house because it didn't work out for his family correctly. As, again, being generations here, we are looking to maintain this for our future generations, and we're not just coming and going. We're not just planning on leaving tomorrow. We're not planning on building and going again.
Thank you. Can you wrap it up?
Yep, and I think that's pretty much it. And the house is definitely over 40 feet, and now he built his house and now wants to change it. The zoning after building the first one, that's way over.
Thank you. Next is Grace Buenrostro.
Hi, my name is Grace, and I've been a longtime resident for 15 years now. I was there before both of the houses were built, and I have 3 children, all of school age, who help take care of the horses that their family has, who help take care of the chickens, and all the animals that are on the current property. I am here to speak to you to express my concern over the rezoning. Once the zoning is changed to low density, it is possible that there will be more development, that other places will be rezoned, and that my family will be forced to get rid of their animals and the livestock that they have on the property right now. Before the 2 houses were built, we welcomed our neighbor with open arms and ensured he felt as part of the neighborhood. So it's really concerning that he is now asking to rezone a neighborhood that has been as it is for years now. And I would really like the chance for my children and their children to enjoy the horses and the legacy that their grandfather has built in his lifetime. So to ensure that they have access to that, which is rare. It goes beyond really lines on a map. This is part of our culture, our traditions, and something that we're hoping to preserve for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Basilio Buenrostro.
Hi, my name is Basilio Buenrostro. I'm here on my behalf and my dad's behalf, Servando Buenrostro. He's the owner of the property next door. It's 890. We have his horses. My dad passed away for about 4.5 years ago. So I was here 10 years ago with him, and we're just gonna keep his horses until they die. That was his passion. So I'm just afraid that you guys are gonna keep going with the rezoning down where my dad's property's at. And it's agriculture. It's been like that forever. I don't see the reason for changing it. I feel like it's like greed and selfishness of one person, and that's not fair to the community. And so I strongly disagree, like I did 10 years ago with my dad. So yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Marcella James.
Hello again, I'm Marcella James. I wanted to apologize to you, Ms. Richard, for misidentifying you in our emails. I was looking at the name as last name first, that type of thing. Sorry about that.
It happens a lot.
It's okay. That was, I got two first names too. So I'm here to oppose the rezoning of 900 Calhoun. I'm a lifelong resident on East 16th Street. My siblings and I were raised in my home. I still live in that home. I raised my kids there, and my grandkids also enjoy the area. So, as other speakers have said, the rezoning is going to lead to value changes in our property, whether it increases the value or depreciates it. It's also going to affect the taxes on our property. I would think that would be a negative impact on us. We don't want any more development up there. There doesn't need to be. The rezoning kind of seems frivolous to me, since it's already, am I correct, already kind of low density residential? Is that correct to say? He knew the property that he was buying was agricultural and that it was in between agricultural properties. So in my little humble opinion, he should have probably did more research in that area and bought property that would accommodate his plans. As far as the ADU, I would like a definition of that also, because as what I'm understanding, ADUs are small, one unit, maybe one bedroom studio type structures. This second structure that he built is it's a full home. And it's up higher on the hill. Again, speaking about the safety concerns and issues with the emergency crews and their equipment, it's not gonna save that house. Also, since I've lived there for so long, I have seen that hill deteriorate. It was much steeper when I was a child growing up. There's gorges and stuff that, you know, when the water runs down, it has created little canyons and whatnot. All those little canyons have crumbled, and I don't know, I just feel like one day that house is gonna slide, and that wouldn't be good for anybody. And also, some other personal things. This gentleman is not such a gentleman. He has issues with the animals, and if I walk my dog up the hill, which I haven't done too much because I feel unsafe with this man around, animals use the bathroom. I'm across the street from his place. I know I'm out of time, but I'm gonna say it. Walking one day, he threatened to shoot my dog because my dog was relieving himself across the street from his property, in the bushes, not on the street. There's no sidewalks up there, but he wants to come and attack me verbally, stating that he's gonna shoot my dog. It brings flies, and now again, remember where you're at.
Thank you.
That's it.
Next is Eugenia Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Eugenia Hernandez. I live near 900 Calhoun Street, and I am made in Hayward. To begin with, many of us never received formal notice of this rezoning request. I found out today. I had to educate myself today. I had to go online today. My family and neighbors chose this area for its agricultural zoning, open space, and natural beauty. Our children learn life's basics here: gardening, farming, ranching. These experiences are shared by our neighbors that are to the right of 900 and to the left of 900. When he arrived, they were agricultural zoning properties. Rezoning would directly affect our surrounding neighbors and set a dangerous precedent for more conversions. Attachment 1 clearly states the applicant's goal is to subdivide. You guys all mentioned that today, which current zoning does not allow. He's short, a few square, 100 feet. Respectfully, this should be thought by him prior to investing in an area that is agriculturally based. For years, attachment 2 also claims rezoning will promote public health, but true public health comes from what we already have: tree-shaded road with good-hearted neighbors. Rezoning would instead add traffic, noise, and strain on the nearby school and community. Attachment 2 also states that this change goes in harmony with the city policies to preserve, protect, and produce housing. Exactly. Let's instead preserve and protect the rural land we have left to inspire smart growth, quotation marks, as our city website promotes. The owner bought this property in 2012 knowing it was agricultural, with neighbors enjoying a simple rural lifestyle. Even on a horseback, someone might have greeted him, "Good morning, good evening." That's the character we want to keep and preserve. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the planning board to deny this rezoning like back in 2015 and preserve the agricultural district as is. Fun fact, the neighbor to 900, Jack Wilding, 70+ years old, gentleman all the way. He had the mules company where he broke in mules that represented the police department in the Rose Parade every year. Those are the type of neighbors we were trying to push out. Another fun fact, every teacher here in Hayward, like I said, I'm Hayward made, my kids as well, every teacher has asked, "Hey, why is your daughter so mature?" Because we have exposed them to this type of lifestyle, a very responsible, good heart, with hospitality across the board lifestyle. So if you may, please deny this rezoning. And it's not really clear how far the rezoning would go. I would like to know that. It just says his site, but Ms. Richard did say it will change the zoning of both neighbors adjacent. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Leslie Urista?
She is no longer here.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Allen, are there any public comments online?
There are none online.
Okay. Thank you, all of you, for staying this late for this meeting. I did have a follow-up question for staff based on one of the comments that we heard. Can you speak to the ADU that was built and just, are we able to ask a question about that and just the?
Yeah, it
assessment?
was approved in line with the ADU regulations set by the state. I don't have in front of me the plan, so I couldn't say how big it is. I will say it has a garage and a shed attached to it, so not all of the built-out area is dedicated to the ADU. There's some ancillary uses there as well.
Thank you. All right, then we will close the public hearing. Oh. No. We'll close the public hearing and move on to commissioner comments. Commissioner Lowe.
So I also had a couple of questions based upon the comments that I heard. And one was, I'm a little confused. What I understood from the materials was that he was just asking to rezone 900 Calhoun. How far does it reach?
He is just rezoning his property. And so it is just the boundaries of 900 Calhoun. Are you asking the boundaries of the general plan designation?
I'm just trying to see, because the comments were saying that this will take away the animals, the neighbors' animals will be taken away, there won't be any more 4-H for the children, and obviously those things are extremely concerning. So I'm just trying to figure out, how do we get there?
I'm not entirely certain how we got there. This rezoning is just for the property in itself. We do not plan to rezone any of the adjacent properties at this time.
If I can add some additional context. So I know one of the previous questions or comments from one of the commissioners was related to the previous application that was filed in the mid-2015. I will just say, since 2015, state law has changed. And the general plan, the way that the state law has changed multiple times, as we all know, over the last several years, and has provided has enshrined rights for property owners to be able to default to the either zoning ordinance or the general plan. And in a situation where the general plan or where the zoning is inconsistent with the general plan would prevail. So whether or not this rezoning went through, the applicant is still entitled, per the general plan, to build out to the full low-density residential land use, which would be anywhere between 4 and 8 units. That's their legal right. There does not need to be any formal discretion, and state law has basically compelled cities that when we do receive a development application like we have in this case, we need to promptly process this within 180 days. Or we have to make a determination on the application. So, I think the conversation, from the previous discussion that happened, 10 years ago, did not have a lot of these additional state laws that really support additional housing, and were not in place to support the build out of the general plan. So, I think what we've heard tonight is that the applicant is wanting to rezone in an opportunity to be consistent with the general plan, but even if it wasn't consistent with the general plan, he would still have the ability to add more dwelling units on here, given the fact that the general plan is the prevailing document for the city of Hayward.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Are there any commissioner comments? And we will also entertain a motion. Commissioner Stevens.
So maybe it's late. Then why are we here?
I can note, so the general plan sets the density, but it doesn't set a lot size. The current minimum lot size in the agricultural district is 1 acre. So in order to subdivide it into 2 properties, you'd have to have a 2-acre site. So the applicant wants to subdivide it. So in order to subdivide it, he needs a rezoning.
So there is local control, correct, by what you just said, correct?
We have, Jeremy, if you want to take it.
I think the local control is somewhat limited, and Michael, you can weigh in on here from a land use perspective, but what the applicant is requesting to do is rezone to have his property consistent with the general plan. The bar for the city to be able to deny that is really, really high. There needs to be a specific life safety issue tied to it. Now, I think what was also communicated this evening, not only from the applicant, which is that he doesn't have any intent to do any more further development. I think the other important thing to note is that there are some existing geographic and geologic hazards on the site, which will naturally preclude over development on this parcel because you physically can't build on a fault zone, over a fault zone. So that's going to be That's a barrier that is specific to geology, but not specific to a general plan land use designation that allows certain densities.
Are there other commissioner comments? Commissioner Hammond?
Yes, I guess I still have some concern about how many dwellings are going to be on this property. Right now, it sounds like there are two good-size dwellings. Do those dwellings remain? And so if they are, why do we change the zoning where it looks like he can keep what he has already with the agricultural zoning designation? I realize this is not an approval for, this is an approval for a zoning change and not a site plan review, but in May, we approved a zoning change for the Harris Street condominiums. The difference here is that we were able to see how that property was going to be developed before we approved it, and we really don't have that advantage here. Perhaps because of the property's unique circumstances, it'd be better off just to remain being zoned as agriculture, and so that it can take advantage of the height, the height advantage, I guess, of keeping the 40 feet instead of changing it to residential and making it a little bit smaller. I don't know, for me to approve the zoning change, I'd like to see a site plan before I decide to approve it. I know that we could vote to rezone this property as RLB 10 tonight, but I believe we'd be better off waiting to see that the future plan is a viable plan. Anyway, I probably will therefore vote to deny the zoning change against the staff's recommendation at this time.
So just to clarify, an applicant doesn't have to have a development application paired with a zone change application. And also, as Jeremy pointed out, over the past 10 years, the state has signaled very strongly that it disfavors inconsistencies between zoning and general plan. And in the last several years has signaled even more that the general plan will take precedence over inconsistent zoning. So ultimately, whenever a development application comes before the city for this site, whether the zone change happens or not, as Jeremy pointed out, legally the general plan will take precedence. All cities have a responsibility to make their zoning consistent with general plan every time the general plan is amended. But that's such a large endeavor that it's not unusual for cities to have inconsistencies between the two. And the consistency comes sometimes project to project like this, one by one.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Commissioner Yarkov?
Thank you, Chair. Just listening to the public comment made today reminds me that the decisions that are made here are something that happens to us for a night but affects a community for a long, long time, especially when it's deeply rooted as you. It's clear this means a lot to you, and the fact it's 11 p.m. after a really long item and you're all still here speaking speaks really clearly to that. I'm really sympathetic to your request. Your stories are really moving, and the community is clearly so strong here. What is so difficult for me is that ultimately, to me, this is a land use decision, and I can't see anything in the staff report, in the general plan, and this inconsistency that would allow us to make a decision that isn't rooted in what the plan says and not how we feel. It's really difficult for me to say this because your stories really are moving, but I think our role in this commission ultimately is to confirm compliance, as we've talked about with the general plan, and I don't think we have the right, based on what's here, to challenge the general plan. As a body, we can't relitigate the general plan here. It's really clear that the community feels that this non-conformance is not at the heart of what you are, what your community is. I really feel that council should consider how this general plan could maybe be amended to honor the agricultural use that this clearly is. But ultimately, to me, that's a separate decision. So I think the fact that this rezoning just covers the site, I understand that a lot of times land use decisions are a slippery slope, but the fact this just covers the site and ultimately any decisions to build anything on these sites will be separate decisions that can also be challenged are why I'm going to vote to reluctantly follow staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Stevens?
Thank you, Chair. So I do not agree with changing the zoning at this site. And the reason why I don't agree with this is, one, I think when the general plan was established, it was probably a mistake to begin with, because obviously there was, when it was initially developed, there was no outreach or knowledge about what was occurring in that location. You know, for me personally, when I see folks riding horses up and down that street and up Mission Boulevard, I think that that is a very unique experience that's unlike most of the East Bay and creates a special place for Hayward. My lived experience is exactly what you're saying, that as conditions change in a neighborhood, the ability to have agricultural uses become more and more restrictive. And I think that whether that's a regulated change, it just is what happens. And I think that we in this city have lost so much of our open space. We've lost so much of our agricultural roots. And I'm going to say the criminal actions of the state legislature and the governor to take away our local land use control, this is our only way of controlling something. So I might be wrong in saying this, but I really don't care if this is. I would vote to deny this and recommend to the council that they deny this zoning change.
Commissioner Goodbody?
I have a question. Are soil or engineering studies required for zoning changes?
No. No, they will be required if any subdivision comes forward. Then we'll have to demonstrate whether or not there's enough sufficient buildable area. So rezoning does not create buildable lots. Rezoning just redesignates the land. But as I mentioned before, even if the council ultimately denies it, the applicant still has the legal right to put on anywhere between 4 and 8 dwellings on this lot. The difference is it would turn into a multifamily parcel, which is even more inconsistent with the single-family neighborhood.
Would an ADU require this? No.
No, ADUs are ministerially allowed by right, and they are not subject to any discretion as long as they meet the city and the state requirements.
Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for everybody who spoke. So I'm very perplexed on this situation here, which is very easy for Ron to get perplexed. But anyway, so on one hand, we have the general plan that says it can be done whether we agree or not here. We also have comments that it's just, as far as I understand staff's report, it's just this property and not any of the other properties. So to me, I get that. I don't see how that will affect some of the neighbors, except that I do agree that it can potentially set precedents, and I think that that's part of the worry that we have out here, because I've seen that in the past as well. And I understand also that there's a worry that we're going to subdivide and build 4 or 5, however many houses fit. But I also see that we have geographic and seismic limitations that, to me, seems like it will prohibit the big growth of buildings there. So on one hand, I feel like not much could be built there, and it's only this property, and the only negative is that it might set precedents. And then there's also another comment that Maybe he wants to subdivide so that he could sell the front house and just live in the back house. And to me, I don't know that that changes the dynamics of the environment anyway, because you already still kind of have that. You might have 2 more cars in the front, or however many if they new neighbors bought the front yard house. So my question, I guess, is, are there any grounds legally that we can deny this? And if so, what would those look like?
Is that an actual question or rhetorical question?
Oh, it was a question.
Okay.
I'll let Michael chime in. I don't know that there's any grounds to deny the application because there's not a development proposal. They're proposing to redesignate their land to be consistent with the city adopted plan. And for the record, I just want to indicate the general plan on this particular parcel did not change in 2014 when we did our update. This general plan land use designation has been in place from the previous general plan. So it's been in place for probably close to 20 or 30 years.
So is this kind of a procedural vote that we show up, but yet we kind of have to vote one way because of the overriding general plan?
I don't know that I would necessarily call it a procedural vote. I mean, I think, as with any development application, our process is our process, and we're trying to maneuver a lot of the more recent state laws, in some cases that have limited our authority. Rezonings still have to go through a process, and in some cases, a rezoning that is not consistent with the general plan, obviously that is subject to additional review and potential criticism. But I would say in instances where what we're seeing is a rezoning which is consistent with the general plan, it just makes it more difficult for a city to deny it because there is no basis. There's no basis, especially when the community vision has already been adopted about 30 years ago that reflected this.
It's one of the rarest streets I think we have in the city. It's one of my favorite streets to go up. It seems to be, unique. We're almost in a different area once you go up there. And I know it's very secluded and only a small minority of our city lives there, but it is kind of to me, a cherished area. So I'm still on the fence, I should say. So, but anyway, thank you for that.
All right. So, well, I am going to respectfully disagree with the assessment that we cannot vote no on this. So I looked up state law around this, again, after watching the December 2015, just the meeting from City Council. Several City Council members, and I'm going to actually read some quotes from that meeting, several City Council members felt that the issue was an error in the general plan versus an error in the zoning. And staff at that time was asked to update or correct the general plan, and I quote, "The general plan got it wrong in this particular instance." That was one City Council member. Another one said, "Would you like that to be part of the motion, asking staff to go back and correct that, or would you simply take that under advisement and handle it?" And staff said, "I think just taking it under advisement, we're certainly aware and it is in the record, those comments." I wish that they had put it in the actual motion, because then maybe it would have actually happened. I think the fact that they put it under advisement is why it didn't happen. Looking up state law, it says state law explicitly allows a city or county legislative body to amend all or part of an adopted general plan if it deems it in the public interest. As Ms. Richard said, that can happen up to 4 times a year. So since 2015, there's been 36 to 40 times when that could have happened. And I know that this maybe wasn't high priority, but it was something that the City Council asked for to happen. So I feel like that this is something that could have and should have happened because it was asked for. And I understand that none of the people sitting here were the people who were supposed to actually do this. But because of that, I feel like this should have been taken care of because it's actually the exact same issue that this should have been agricultural in the general plan. And so we're just dealing with the same issue again. Other issues that came up for me, so I'm looking at attachment 2, page 1. This is, again, the decision-making body shall make the following findings prior to recommending approval, or recommending approval. So this is us, we're recommending approval to the city council. So A, a substantial proof exists that the proposed change will promote the public health, safety, convenience, and general welfare of the residents of Hayward. And then under that, it talks about nothing but the housing supply crisis. So that is why people are talking about housing, even though there is no proposed housing and there's no site development plan. That's why we're asking, what is he planning to build? Because the whole rationale for why A is true has to do with the housing crisis. So if there's nothing being presented to us about what he's going to build, how can we say that A is true? So I didn't find A to be true because I saw no proposed housing, no site plan, no proof that it would be safe to build housing there because there's nothing to look at. What's missing for me here is the purpose of subdividing this property at all. So this is a complete no for me for those reasons, and again, respectfully disagree with the fact that we can't vote no. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend a denial to the city council.
I second. Ms. Allen, can we call roll on a vote?
Can I just ask one more question?
Yes.
Michael, will we open up the city for any liability or anything like that if we vote no?
You're just making a recommendation. You're not the final decision maker. So the planning commission can make whatever recommendation it wants. The city council is ultimately going to make the decision.
I guess that's really what I'm asking is ultimately if the city council went with our recommendation, would that be opening the city up to any liability?
That's something that we'd have to take a closer look at. Certainly, the legislature has signaled that they don't like inconsistencies between the general plan and zoning. And in the past few years with legislation, they've prioritized general plans when there is a conflict. You know, if there was some questions from the city council 10 years ago about whether or not the land use designation was an error, that's certainly something they could revisit when they take this up. But again, the general plan is, we can't, you know, we can't go against what's in the general plan right now. It's black letter law for the city. Whatever the intent was, if it was a mistake or not, that's going to have to be fixed legislatively by the city council.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know if I'm doing something that will open us up to liability, especially in the current fiscal situation we're in. I just wanted to know the answer. Just have all the information. Thank you.
Really quick, I'm sorry, I know we've been here all night, Chair Hardy. Sorry, but what does the general plan amendment process actually look like? One of those 4 that the council can do in a year?
So the general plan starts with staff. We'd have to analyze it through the CEQA process because our general plan didn't analyze it as an agricultural general plan, so we'd have to do additional CEQA analysis. It would require a recommendation by Planning Commission and a decision by City Council. Additionally, the state requires us to do no net loss things, so we are not able to downzone properties unless we upzone other properties in conjunction, because the state doesn't want to lose our total housing capacity. So if we were to downzone this to agriculture, we would have to upzone in addition other properties.
I just wanted to clarify and kind of expand on that. So one of the recent state laws also, as Taylor had pointed out, it's not just a matter of downzoning. We can't lose area. We can't go from a land use designation that allows 4 to 8 dwellings down to a zone that only allows 1 per acre. We will have to figure out how to make that up and then report that to the state. So it's not as easy as just taking 2 or 3 parcels along Calhoun and doing that. It's a much more significant And again, that was not the case in 2015, but it is the case today.
Thank you. Ms. Allen, can you call roll?
Commissioner Goodbody,
No.
Commissioner Hammond,
No.
Commissioner Lowe,
All right, I need clarification. I'm sorry, because I'm confused.
So the motion on the floor is recommending, Commissioner Stevens,
Yeah.
do you want to say your motion again?
It's
Go ahead. Yeah, I understood it. It's similar to the cannabis. It's a recommendation that the city council not approve, so a yes would be that they not approve it. Correct.
Then I want to change my vote.
Me too.
I guess we're retaking roll then.
Commissioner Goodbody,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe,
Yes.
Commissioner Myers,
Yes.
Commissioner Stevens,
Yes.
Commissioner Yorgov,
Really reluctantly, no.
Chair Hardy.
Yes. Great, okay. So thank you all again for coming out and for staying so late. Our next items are the approval of the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting on May 22nd, 2025, and the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting on August 28th, 2025.
I move to approve both minutes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Ms. Allen, can you please call roll?
Commissioner Goodbody,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe,
Yes.
Commissioner Myers,
Yes.
Commissioner Stevens,
Yes.
Commissioner Yorgov,
Yes.
Chair Hardy.
Yes. Now we'll move on to our commission reports. First is the oral report on planning and zoning matters.
We just have one item for the next agenda. It is a rental, an enterprise rental dealership, or I guess rent-a-car company downtown here. And so the commission will be asked to make a decision on that conditional use permit application. And that is the only thing right now that we have scheduled. And that's it.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any announcements or referrals? Nope. So our next meeting is again scheduled for October 9th. And with that, our meeting is adjourned at 11:20 p.m. Thank you.
Recording stopped.